Hi guys, welcome to my first stream. Don't know if anybody's watching right now, but hi. I hope you're having a good day. Hi there, hi. Okay. First stream. Woo-wee. I'm nervous. I've got a drink for proper hydration, thankfully. I'm ready to go. Super ready to go, ready to play one of my favorite childhood games. Oops. Jeepers Creepers. Just stop putting my face directly onto the microphone. I hope that someday they make a microphone that you can put inside of your mouth so that you can have, like, perfect audio. Maybe they could mic up people's, like, vocal cords. Just put a mic on my vocal cords. Just get it over with. Okay. I know it's gonna end like this. Just do it. Just give me the implant. Give me the audio implant. Oi, Alchemic Refuge, how are you doing? What's up, my friend? It's Alchemic Refuge. Alert, alert. There's a sword in the chat. There's a sword in the chat. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. If a bot shows up, oh, they don't stand a chance. If a troll shows up, doesn't stand a chance. If a bad word appears in the chat, which is of course very relative, like in Australia, they don't care about anything. They just say whatever they want over there. I love Australians. Okay, let me see. If a bot shows up, they can hang out for a bit. No! Don't let them in! Don't let them in! No bots! No bots. No bots. No bots. They can hang out for a little bit, you know, peddle their wares. You know, it's a free country. It's a free country if they wanna, wait, what? Hey! Hey, you're not allowed to just follow. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? What's up? Welcome to the chat there. A's Solos, I think. Is how we say that? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is a chill Sunday stream. I think that sound effect is really quiet. Oh, I see. So. Okay, that might fix it. Oh boy. I hope that fixes it. Oh, you're real. It's so quiet, dude. Holy crap.
It's been a year. They're 5 high.
Thank you.
Egg,
I'm Zombie
egg,
Food.
Frying an egg. A Vodako. They're 5 wave.
Thank you. I super appreciate it. Oi. Okay, it is clearly busted. How am I supposed to fix this? Let me see. Mike Exhaler is I don't know how to fix that right now. Oh no. You want to be a cave troll? Okay, you can be a cave troll. That's fine. I don't know how I'm gonna play music at the same time as sound effects. God dang it. You guys, welcome to my first stream. Hi, everybody. Welcome to my first stream. I'm having audio issues, as you would imagine. I'm Zombie Food. Thank you so much for the 12 months. Kim! Thank you for the sub.
14 months. A war. Glad to be part of this wonderful
Oh my god,
community.
thank you.
Thanks to One Rascal Oreo. Love you, Kenneth.
Thank you, Kim. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Okay, I deserve that one. All right, I deserve that one. Oi! Thank you, Kim. How are you doing? Hi there, Rosera. Oi, Ahsoka. What's up? The all-knowing cheese. You were watching a movie or something. What'd you say? Zombieland. Ooh, I like that movie. That's a good movie. No music, you guys. It's a musicless stream. Your favorite.
Nice.
Dude, Jimbo, what's up? How are you doing? Hey, look, it's me, Kenny without music. I hope you're doing great. Hi there. A nice cozy atmosphere that we're building here. The deafening silence. The deafening silence of nothingness. Ah, yes, the nothingness in the air. My favorite. Delicious. Indefinite Oreo, what's up? Oi. First time streamer, last time streamer. Just kidding. I did stop making jokes like that. People have been, they've been getting nervous. They've been getting nervous about me ending my streaming career. All right. It's serious business. Yes. This is my only gimmick. It's my only gimmick of the stream, you guys. Hello, Kenny without music. Hi there, Rosero without music. I can't hear music coming from your end. Oh, the wide zoom is back. Yeah, we got the wide zoom. Wide zoom. There's actually some silly things that I can do with the zoom. I'm trying to remember like what they were. I'm trying to remember the things that I was doing before the stream started with this. I can be like small bodied. I can be big headed, big lad. One big lad here. I think I can do a face. Look, funny face. Look, my face is not the way that it's supposed to be. Very funny. My legs can be skinny. Look. Oh wait, that doesn't really work, does it? There we go, wide lad. Oi! Look at I've been working out. I've been working out my legs. There we go. Oh, strike a pose, baby. Oh.
Nice.
Ooh. Yes. Welcome to my stream.
Okay.
No. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. You can't hit the zoom. You can't hit my zoom. Hey, that's illegal. You can't hit it. It's impossible. It's impossible to defeat the big head, the big giant smart brain. Smart brains totally defeat home runs. Home runs can't exist. Oi, goth girl. How are you doing? Something about being 4'11"? See, no, I'm not 4'11". I've told y'all 1,000 times. It's straight. Also, my head looks weird whenever I revert it. Look how skinny my head looks. Look. It's the power of comparison. Do you see this? Look, now my head looks wrong. This is my normal head. This is what I look like. But if you look at this long enough, then I look skinny and stretched. Yes, I'm 4'4", for God's sake, please. Somebody I'm glad that somebody remembered. Thank you, Alchemic. I'm a 4'4" king, and I'm tired of being called 4'11" or 5'2" and all this stuff. It's not true. So could you please get it right? I'm 4'11". I should adopt a tall person and put it together. Like, I don't think that same height people need to be together, right? Can't you just have like one person that carries the other one? I hate having no music. I cannot actually. See, that's better, right? Having some background music. Formulando, what's up? How are you doing? It's a super chill, super chill Sunday stream where I'm not playing spooky games like I promised, all right? I'm breaking promises. Ghoul, how are you doing? What's up? How's your weekend been? You guys, it's almost, February's almost over. No. Dude, Zolos, how do I say your name? Is that like A's Solos? No, I have to go now. You have to leave already? I can't believe it. The party's just getting started. And you're already leaving. You're breaking my heart. And listen, I'm trying to lie right now. Could you stop? I'm trying to gaslight somebody. Oi, we'll see you later, A's. I'm just kidding. Peace, the realist rager. Breaking promises. Oh, no. Not again. Not the promise breaker. Listen, I've been known for breaking promises. Listen, I was gonna stream on Friday. Guaranteed Friday stream. Listen, I'm sorry. I woke up late and I decided to clean my room. Look at how clean it is. Look at the incredibly clean living space. Now there's only a pile of stuff. The closet is clean. My other room is clean. The kitchen is clean. I did all the dishes, and now there's just a pile in the middle of the room. But it's essentially, I mean, that's the only piece of clothing that I need to get rid of. But I was really, really cold. So I had to put on a onesie, and that's just the fact of it all. If he guarantees he's gonna stream, he's not gonna stream. That's not factually correct. It's not entirely correct. Not 100% correct, but listen, guaranteed stream tomorrow, okay? I don't know why I'm talking about streams tomorrow while we're streaming right now. We're live! We're live! My first stream. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in to my first stream and for all the support that you've already poured out to me. I appreciate it. Hey! It's Tay! Kenny screams. It's Tay! Everybody, please welcome Tay into the chat. Everybody, please. Kenny, you made me change the entire set of my room look like... What? You made me changing the entire setup of my room look like work? What? What is it? What? What? Awkward, what does that mean? You made me changing look like more work. What? Of course it's probably more work. You work more than me. You worked more than me, therefore it's more work. I mean, obviously other people can work harder than other people. I'm so confused. Isn't it work to change room setups? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense. What does that mean? Awkward, are you trying to flex your hard work? Are you trying to flex on me right now? I'm the hardest worker in the game, actually. Oh, I forgot that I had a towel hanging up. That's embarrassing. You guys can't know that I shower? That's not appropriate. That's against family-friendly streaming rules. Y'all can't know that I clean myself? It's just disgusting, to be fair, and I don't want to talk about it. Oh, hi you cuties and friends. Oops! Tay, don't say oops! Don't confirm my concern. Flexing that I haven't done anything else since. Awkward, you haven't been doing anything? That sounds incredible. How did you do that? I want that. Also, hi, Eerie Coffee. I didn't say hi to you. My apologies. Hi, Eerie Coffee. I hope you're doing great. Hello. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Ah. Cleanse thyself in holy water. Showers? Huh? What is this? Ooh, cleaning. It's all right. You're busy setting up. Ah, yes. The thing that most streamers do before the stream starts. Oh, yes. Setting up. Now I remember. For some reason, Kenny, I see you as a spa guy taking a bubble bath with cucumbers on the eyes and getting nails done. Hey! What does that mean? Goth girl. What? A spa guy taking a bubble bath with cucumbers. Is this accurate? Is this accurate? Is this how y'all view me? Is this what you expect? Do you see me like just posted up in a bubble bath with cucumbers on my eyes and nails did? Is this the public perception of me? Kenny, you gotta stop leaving that door open. The mod basement is in there. Don't tell me where the mod basement is. I know where it is. I know where it is, but it's locked up tight. It's got 17 padlocks on it. Don't worry about it. Not at all, Kim. What? Wait a second. Do you think that I can't get manicures? Hey, I can't believe that you're now insinuating that I'm not clean. Listen, I want it both ways. I want it both ways. All right, you guys. We could sit here and talk about a bunch of malarkey for a while, okay? Listen. In the past, sometimes we've sat on this screen and we've talked a lot about nothing. And we just keep going on and on and on. And people start getting mad and I get complaints. And I'm honestly tired of it. We need to get more serious about streaming. We need to get more serious about gaming. Because honestly, gaming is not just a lifestyle, but it's also a hobby. And I should take it more seriously. Gaming is life, 100%, and I can't stop playing games. In other news, I can't leave the house till I get my COVID test back, which means that you do miss your friend's wedding. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That stinks, Awkward. That is very sucky. I want it both ways too. Hey, Dave! That's not what I meant. Wait a second. Gaming is love. Gaming is life. I mean, listen. Gaming gave me the love that I didn't get as a child. Listen, whenever I grew up, let me spin you a small yarn. Whenever I was a boy, I had siblings, and I mean a lot of them. As soon as I was 3 years old, I already had another sibling that was sleeping in the same room as me. I didn't get as much attention as a child as I deserved because there were so many of us. My goodness, there was a sibling after that, and after that, and after that, and it continued on until there were 10 of us. 10 children inside of a 3-bedroom house. Listen, I'm talking about the past. That's how you talk about the past. That's called past tense. Listen, 10 children. So I never got the attention that I needed. But you know what was there? Reggie. Reggie Phil's anime, or however you say his name. Reggie was there giving me Nintendo games, and also Miniclip was there, and I was playing Flash games. Are they gone? They're not gone. The children are not gone. I have confirmed that they are alive and well. What? What is it? 10 times baby? 10 little babies? 10 little... Oh my gosh, if we all look like that, that would have been horrible. Darren, how are you doing? What's up? It's Darren. Real wizard influencer here. Hi there. What's up, Darren? It's good to see you. Hello. We just finished. Actually, Darren and I only. Just kidding. Darren, Dad, me, and Merm and John all finished our campaign. We finished our D&D campaign and we freaking won. We beat them. We killed everything and we succeeded immensely. And we made it to level 5. And very fun, very enjoyable. I know some of you were there. What did you just say? It's your birthday today? Darren. Oh my gosh, Darren's 135 today. Hey, awesome sauce. Happy 150th birthday. Oh snap. Darren, I can't believe that you've gotten so old and wise. 3,000. I'm sorry. I forgot. Yeah. 3,200. I was a tiny bit off. Completely. Listen, I'm young, so it's hard for me to remember the like big numbers and stuff. 3,200 years old. That's what it was. Sorry, just off by a couple. Yeah. See, because also the years go by, and you're like, is it 3,199, 198? I can't remember if he's like passed over that hill yet. Yes, Darren, congratulations on living so long and learning so much. Honestly, you're a super duper human being. I'm definitely gonna be visiting y'all at some point. That would be so dope. But yes, we're probably gonna be playing more D&D, probably more, and I probably won't be shouting it out every time. That's just the facts. That's just the cold hard facts. Listen, it's just not gonna get shouted out every time. I'm going to periodically remind you that I'm playing D&D. In the before times, time went by differently. I know, like you could go, you shouted it out. I did one time. I did. I shouted it out one time, but it has been quite a period. Oh my God, awkward. This is a writ. Gracious. There are only 4 of us Kittywinks in my family, though me and my siblings have a satisfying 3 years between each one of us, considering my mom wanted to wait until I started school to have another one after me. But then my sister popped up? My sister popped up when I was 3, and the rest is history. It's history until it becomes history in the making, which makes it present. What the heck did I come into? Ginger Meg. It is my duty. It is my duty over there. No, it's my duty to confuse everybody that enters a stream. That is my job. That's my job. My job is to surprise anybody that tunes in and say, how the heck did we get here? All right? That's what we're supposed to do. Do you normally stream on Sundays? I don't normally stream. I don't stream normally. I do not have a schedule right now. There's no schedule. Listen, I'm supposed to be playing spooky games on Sunday, but I'm doing whatever I want. We're playing Nintendo 64. Playing Bear Bird Bazinga. Bear Bird Bazinga, aka Banjo-Kazooie. You have been streaming quite a bit. Listen, I want to stream more. You guys. I wanna stream more for sure. But right now, we're not really on a schedule that much. It's just like life's been too crazy. Life's been nuts. All right. Yesterday I was hanging out at a friend's house, and I went and got ramen, and I cleaned my house. Like life. Oh, and I played D&D. Like things just happened. It just happened, dude. and I was just like, I can't stream. I'm away from my computer. Lens, well, look who it is. It's Lens. Hi there, Lens. Lens. Hi. Listen, I hope you're doing well. Hi, Lens. Oi, I ran in the cold weather the other day, and I was reminded of Lens, because Lens runs around in cold weather all the time. You gonna make some pancakes? I'm Zombie Food. Pancakes on the subiversary. Nice. Pancakes on our subiversary. Oh my goodness. After a year of support, I Am Zombie Food is making me and them. We're gonna eat together some pancakes, and the only discussion is what we're gonna put in the pancakes. And I can't wait to decide. Hectic schedule. Heck yeah. Yeah. Now this is first stream. Come on now. That's true, Kim. Thank you so much for backing me up. Listen, I've been friends with Kim. I've been hanging out in OT's chat for years and years, and Kim has been my friend there. And now I decided to start streaming, and y'all are pretending like I've got some sort of like years of work going behind this. The world of Robbie. How are you doing? What's up, Robbie? Did you scream my name earlier? Now I'm mad. Oh, wait. I already answered a question. Wait a second. I might be more absent in May. Don't worry, goth girl. I will be probably more active in May. Don't worry about it. I don't know how that makes you worry less, but listen, May's my birthday month. Oh wait, I'm gonna be going to Vegas too. I don't know what's gonna happen in May, all right? That's the only month that I've planned out to. Okay? I have no idea what the rest of the year holds. And Clicky's friend, of course. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You know I would never join chat without screaming at you, Kenny. What? Robbie, is this some sort of a shtick now? Is that what's happening? What? It was fine? What was fine? Wait a second. What did Alchemic ask? It said, how was the delousing? Delousing? What does that mean? Does that mean the removing of louses? I thought that louses are like what you call bad people. Is that like getting rid of bad people? It says to get rid of a person or an animal to rid a person or animal of lice. That's weird. Wouldn't that be called de-lice? Why would they call it de-louse? There's not louses in your hair, there's lices. What? It's a yearly mod what? Did y'all have lice? I am locking up that basement tighter than ever. I do not want any lice equals louse. Why? Mice equals mouse? They're both dumb. Listen, I understand that mice and mouse are English, but they still are dumb. If you schedule a trip over the mod trip, what? Mod trip? I don't know anything about this. Makes sense, Alk. What? Getting rid of lice? May is the birthday month for my daughter and my daughter's due date. Ooh, exciting. Exciting. Awesome sauce. It's for my birthday's in May too. And my brother's birthday and my sister's birthday and another sister's birthday. That's true. We've got 4 people born in May. Seems to be quite a coincidence. Well. What do we have here? I don't know. Happy days. What's up? Hey, happy days. This is a happy day. Happy day. Also, Genius. Hi there. What up? Oh, snap. What up? How are you doing? We're going to be playing some Banjo-Kazooie. In fact, let's pause for a second. Let's have a moment of silence, you guys. Want to have a moment of silence for... maybe just silence would be a good idea. Maybe we don't have to dedicate to anything. Maybe we could just be quiet for self-insert, all right? Just insert whatever thing you want. Yes. Okay, that's long enough. That's long enough. All right, I feel like we gave it its due. Now we're ready to play Nintendo 64, the classic gaming console that was before my time and that I never got to play, except for in my parents' friends' cars, TV, and I played a little bit of the racing Star Wars flight game. Also, it looks like I'm squished. Why am I so low? I'm so low. I look like I'm. There we go. I look like I was 4'3" or something. All right. Gaming time, you guys. Real gaming. I'm getting to the most annoying level. No! But all of these levels have been annoying. Just kidding. This game's great. My birthday's my mom's, God rest her soul, daughter Joanne is the new one, so I feel ya. Oh, goth girl, that's a lot of birthdays. Hey, people need to stop being born. I've been saying this for years now. Shake SMH my SMH. You can't shaking my shake. Sarah Johnson, how are you doing? What's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nobody said that English was a smart language. English is just too complicated. It's got, for every rule, there's an exception. English is just a language of exceptions. That's all that it is. It's an exceptional language. You've been playing Lego Harry Potter? Ooh, Lego Harry Potter. That sends me back. Now that takes me back. OG parts of the stream. OG streamer friends. They remember Lego Harry Potter. You remember me playing Lego Harry Potter? You're a real one. Oh, this coffee's really good. That takes me back. Tay, were you there? Is that true? 1998. I was born before this game was made. I knew it. How do I start the game? I feel like I was born yesterday. All right, use the control stick to select a game. You're gonna start a new game, you guys. We're gonna start a new game right here. We'll start a new game 15 hours in. I don't know, you just remember playing it yourself. Oh, you played Lego Harry Potter? What'd you think about it, Tay? Or, listen, this is a more interesting question. Asking what you think about a specific game is not particularly interesting. But what's your, like, favorite Lego game? And I guess along the same lines, like, do you like them? Like, they're kind of weird games, right? They're like kiddie games that are nice and simple, but then they're also like, I don't know, they're surprisingly engaging. They're still like collectathons, and some of the stuff is actually hard to find. I don't really know how I view them. I feel like I only like them for nostalgia. But you love the one Lego Island one? Oh my gosh, that's not a Traveler's Tales game. That's not by Traveler's Tales, but yeah, Lego Island. I played that. That was pretty dope. I think I had the second one. Where they had like, I'm trying to remember the Brickster. Wasn't the Brickster the bad guy? And then, all right, like the stupid Lego guy was like, oh yeah. Look out for my pepperoni. I'm gonna throw pepperoni in all the Legos' faces. And the Brickster. And there's some chef that was like, oh. No, he's like, hello. It's me, a Lego man. You're the pizza delivery guy. Yeah, that was clearly voiced by a woman with the most raspy voice that she could come up with. It's really, it's really bad. It's a really annoying voice. All right, sir. I can't do it. Lego Island, what a mess. Can we play Lego Island next? That game is garbage, but I loved it. I loved it so much. I played it so much. It was like one of my only games at the time. So I would play it all the time. I loved it. It was all Lego Island all the time. Whenever I bought it, I actually thought that I was buying a different Lego game that I'd played on like, oh wait, we're not supposed to go in there. The Brickster. Ah, the old Lego Land and Lego Island. Oh, I never played Legoland. Grunty is the only girl for me. Wait a second. Lighthouse Flame, who's Grunty? Also, I don't like their name. Who's Grunty? Oh, this is not gonna say it here. Who's Grunty? Gruntilda is the witch, right? So is Grunty the witch? Saying that you like somebody that commits witchcraft? Wait a second. Oh, it's Tootie. Tootie is your sister. Okay, I was about to get pretty suspicious of you, Lighthouse. I'm not gonna lie. I was starting to get suspicious of you, but Gruntilda? Listen, you need to be careful not to mix yourself up in witchcraft. You never know. You never know, she might turn you into a toad. Listen, you have to be careful with these witches and warlocks, okay? Listen, I may know a few wizards. I may know a wizard or two, but I'm awfully careful. You should be too. The witch pops off when she makes your sister ugly. Oof. She goes, holy moly. Weren't you just talking about Lego Harry Potter? Oh, that game is horrible. Awful. Absolutely horrible. I'll never touch it again. I want to throw it away, but it's worth too much money. How do I get out of it? Oh, wait. There we go. Go take the tunnel on the left. Oh, sweet. Thank you, Alchemy. Thank you. I was just going to run around for a little while. Because we've never found the level that we're supposed to go to. This would be new. Fresh, baby. They're just too the Lego games, they've gotten too complicated for me. Like, I'm not saying that I'm stupid. Right? Dang it, I didn't turn off the zoom fast enough. Wait, into this mouth? Here we go. Now we're zooming. But what was I gonna say? Oh, I was gonna say, but the games are too freaking complicated now. Like, it used to be just like shoot bricks, hit bricks, build bricks, be short, use metal magic. Oh wait, no, the metal was attacked by missiles. And I just like outlined all of the character, double jump. So there's double jumpers, short people, missile shooters, force users. And that's like it, I think. Blasters, which had grapple hooks. So that's like, what, 5 abilities? But now they've got like aiming and like you have to collect the weapons that you use. And like, I don't know how to explain it, but it just feels bad, man. It doesn't feel like they made it fun. It doesn't feel like they made it fun first. It feels like they just, oh shoot. Hey now. Hey now. Don't do that to me. What are you making those eyes for, Alchemy? Into the depths. Finally. When I'm real thinner, it'll make me look a winner. Yeah. He got you good. No, he didn't. I was just feigning ignorance so that y'all will be surprised. I'm pretty sure I made some of y'all jump. What the heck is this? Well, a rareware container. It's got perfect dark. All right, perfect dark unlocked. Perfect dark is so much fun. I was talking to my friend about that last night. That game is like, I loved it so much whenever I was younger. I was like, what? There's a game that I can download for free for the Nintendo 64 emulator that I have, and it has blood and bad language in it? I was like, oh my gosh, this is a boon. Oh, a teleporter. But Perfect Dark, I think it's like a reskin of GoldenEye, which is also very fun. But I played Perfect Dark on an emulator, and that definitely helped a lot. Definitely helped because I could tweak all the controls to make them not garbage. What are you ringing those bells for? Alchemic, what's happening? What is the bell ringing? What? Oi! Blood is a no for me. Linz, I'm pretty sure that you'd be good with Perfect Dark. It's literally like you can see that it's a flat like pancake puddle. It's like it doesn't even spray, I don't think. It's just a flat texture that looks like garbage. It looks like tomato paste. It looks like people dropped little pieces of tomatoes on the ground. It's really, really bad. It is extremely not violent. But it's a fun game. I think it's by the same people, right? Isn't it rare? If only they would release Perfect Dark for things other than Xbox. Nobody wants an Xbox. Oh no. Oh dear. Get the heck out of here. I think that is blocked off for now. We gotta go back. If we run out of air, we die instantly. Also, hi Tayaki. Oi! It's good to see you. Oi, oi, oi! Tayaki, it's me, the Earl said. Don't sting me. Don't freaking sting me, dude. Don't sting me, you little paper bugs. Bugs made out of paper! Also, somebody said earlier something about something. Oh, Lighthouse, looking very chilled and relaxed today. I am indeed chilled and relaxed. I am as chilled as a chilled beverage. Hit the vent gate, this one. Oh, heck yeah, that's right. That's right, that's what we needed. Splendid. You tried the Lego DC Villains Lego game you got for free, but there's so much noise and so much to do, I got overwhelmed and turned it off. Pocket Cupcake. I feel like I'll sometimes feel guilty about doing that. But honestly, I think that's just bad game design. Like, if you feel overwhelmed, I feel like that's the game's fault. Like, that's a reasonable, I feel like that's pretty darn reasonable response. I get pretty, like, stressed out by the Lego games, too. This is coming from a person that loves playing Dark Souls games. Gaze upon the picture of terror. I don't like you building up this rusty bucket bay. Just kidding. I do like you building up this because I can't wait to destroy this level and show you that it is no problem for me. For me, a bear and a bird. A bear and a bird destroy your childhood nightmares with ease on the first attempt. You have no issues not fighting a wait, no! It's still closed. You have no issues not finishing a book or game that doesn't bring joy? Yeah, Linz, you're really good at, like, not watching things. It is literally impressive. Like, once I start a movie, I feel like I have to finish it. The only movie that I can think of that I didn't finish for a little while was Amadeus, but that was just like an inconvenience thing. But the only movie that I purposefully didn't watch all of, where the frick was that? Where was it? The only movie that I didn't finish was The Matrix. Oh, The Matrix movie, oh my goodness, I found it so boring. It was so boring to me, I'm sorry. I found it, but oh wait, this is like in a different spot, isn't it? Yeah, it like appeared in a different spot. I thought it would be through there. Did you just see what Grunty said? What did she say? What did she say? I was ignoring the old witch. I was ignoring them. Boyong. In the room you're just in. Oh, under the water. Oh, yeah, I remember that now. You heard The Matrix was awful from a lot of people? I mean, like, if you enjoy it, then awesome. Like, I don't think it was a particularly, like, horrible movie. I just personally really didn't enjoy it. It was just, it was like there was a lot of nostalgia, and the way that it was handled I thought was not good. I didn't really like them reminding me constantly of a movie that I think is better. Like, they kept, like, no spoilers, I won't spoil it. If you want to watch it, then watch it. But they include a lot of footage from the original movie, and it just reminds you the whole time of just, you could just go watch that movie. You just go watch that. Prequels are boring, TBH. I would kind of agree with that. I wonder if there's a good, what's the best prequel? Does anybody know a good prequel? Good prequel. Well, I think that, I'm trying to remember, the X-Men prequel was pretty good. The first one, at least. I really liked it anyway. The first Matrix prequel, you know, with, Ewan McGregor and that other hot guy, they that one, I did like that prequel. It was pretty fun to see them as young'uns. But I think that's the only one I can think of. I don't think I've seen a lot of prequels, thankfully. Oh, hello. Hi. What? No, can I not kill you? Oh my god. They can just attack you over and over. Endlessly. That doesn't seem fair. The King's Man wasn't that bad? Oh, yeah. I've seen a lot of commercials for that. Look pretty funny. Can I freaking kill this? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, the Revenge of the Sith. I actually do like Revenge of the Sith pretty good. I mean, like, everything but the writing was pretty enjoyable. I still enjoy it. I think it's because of the emotional center of Revenge of the Sith that I like it. Not to be like some kind of, I don't know. I'm just telling you my opinion. But there was like, it makes me emotional. And that is slightly how I judge movies. Like, if it's trying to make you... Oh, shoot. If it makes me emotional, then I automatically think it's a bit better. Like, this is the facts. I can't help it. I can't help thinking higher of a movie that can make me, like, get sad. I don't know. Maybe that means that I'm a sucker for manipulative movies. But yeah, Revenge of the Sith, it's got, like, a good emotional center. I do really enjoy it. Even with as silly as it is. I don't know, a certain amount of cheese is pretty fun. Wait a second. Is it you? Wait a second. Ewan McGregor is from Star Wars Revenge of the Sith. Who's the guy that's in the prequels for... Who's in the prequels for X-Men? The one that's the bald guy. Wait a second, that's James McAvoy. Dang it. I got him confused, I'm sorry. Your pancakes are done! Ooh, what kind of pancakes? Did you make some delicious plain pancakes? Some tasty plains? Yeah, Mr. Tumnus. Mr. Tumnus, that's a really wholesome role for him. It's a very adorable role. Mr. Tumnus is peak wholesomeness. He's like, I'm gonna sell you to a witch. I'm gonna sell this kid to a witch right now. But I feel bad about it. And you're like, oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. He feels guilty about selling a child into death. Oh, shoot, dude. I didn't know you were coming up. I didn't know that you were gonna run up on me like that. Hey, boy, you almost killed me. Rascal. I don't see a lot of honey hives around here. I'm gonna have to be rotating my view a lot to make sure that I don't run into a lot of enemies here. Or it might be a little bit of trial and error here. It seems like there's a lot of enemies that are kind of hiding around corners. I don't see any... Oh wait, I can go into first person view. There's eggs. There's tolls. So, like, do I need to... I bet I have to pay all the tolls, I guess. I've seen him as... I can't see him as anyone else but a satyr. Aw. I mean, I would agree. Like, I think that's pretty common, right? That the first role that you see somebody in, it's hard to imagine them as something else. But the thing that I really enjoy is whenever people play similar characters and you could just, like, almost carry along like all the story beats. I don't know, it's kind of weird. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to think of that guy that plays... Oh, shoot, dude. The guy that plays Elrond in Lord of the Rings that also plays Agent Smith in The Matrix. I feel like I can see him as both of those. I don't know why. Maybe it's because he acts kind of... Yeah, Hugo Weaving. Thank you. Yeah, Hugo Weaving. I don't know. I think that he embodies both those characters pretty well. Boing. Maybe because Elrond kind of sussy, to be honest. Amy Schumer plays the same character? Oh, Amy Schumer. Mr. Scary Eyes, yeah, and Scary Laugh. Holy moly. He's got scary eyes and a scary laugh. Like, he's always intimidating. Maybe that is his character. His character is intimidating. And he's that in everything. In both Lord of the Rings and in Matrix, he's a super intimidating guy. Ooh, there we go. Right on the money. I don't want to grab that egg. That's not worth it. It's not worth risking mine and my bird's life. Is that real? Is this real here? Oh yeah, and Red Skull. Yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about Marvel movies existing. What a blissful ignorance I was in. How dare you? Boyong. Up we go. You always think of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, whenever I see Hugo Weaving? Oh, I've never seen that. Don't think we're supposed to climb this. My kitty wants to go on a walk, but I'm so sleepy. Huh? Your cat? You can walk your cat? That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool, dude. My buddy has cats that he used to walk around. Think I can make this? Heck yeah. Easy peasy. Oh, Ghoul, you said, do I watch anime? You bet I do. You bet I do. I'm the most anime watchingest person you've ever seen. Can I just blow this guy up? But yeah, I've seen a few of them. A few weebs or two. But I have not seen the latest Demon Slayer movie. I've never finished Demon Slayer. I'm sorry. I know it's really good, and I have a lot of friends that have watched the movie and said it was great, but I haven't finished the anime yet. I've tried twice, and I keep getting stuck. Oh wait, I can do bird legs. Bird leg. But yeah, I have not finished that show yet, but it is good, and I do enjoy it. This is very, very tight. Very tight. Tighter than expected. Can I break it in? Hey, we're breaking into someone's home. We should watch Priscilla in Discord sometime. What is it called again? Priscilla, Queen of the Desert? That movie seems kind of sussy. Seems kind of sussy. I don't know. Sounds like a rated R family flick. You just heard AOT might not end with the current season. Taiyaki, I swear to God, those people, they made a season called Attack on Titan, the final season. And then they said Attack on Titan, the final season part 2. No, you're not allowed to do that. Although I have not watched the final season, so no spoilers, please. I mean, no spoilers, period. But I haven't watched the final season, but I've heard the opening, and dang, that slaps. Holy moly, that's some heavy metal. Oh shoot. But yeah, it slaps so hard. My oily water, and you plunge. You'll lose air while in that gunge. Oh, so you got limited time in that water. Be careful here. I lost a life, but I gained a life. All right, I'm in the same one. The OP, I know, it's such a banger. AOT, the final season, part 8. Exactly. Gotta milk a little more out of the title, to be honest. Yeah, it's funny, because anime, I don't see that happening too much. Like, in my experience, anime's pretty good at, like, just ending it. That's my favorite thing about the medium, I think. Besides the fact that I just like the animation style. But I really love that they end shows that still had, like, more to discover. I don't know. I feel like American television stretches things out so far. Like, they always ruin it. Because they just keep milking it. Yeah, the big shonens. I mean, that is what Attack on Titan is now. It's a big shonen. Those young boy shows, aka shonens, they're made for young males, or like middling, what is that, like young adult men. That's what shonens are for. Yeah, those do run extremely long. There's other random animes that also have run extremely long as well, but mostly the shonens. I don't know why. I don't know why that is the case. Maybe because young men can only, like, juggle maybe 2 or 3 characters in their head at a time, so they just need the same characters to see, like, over and over and over, so that they won't get confused as to what's happening in this new show. Not sure. Not 100% on that one. Death Note ran, if anything, a little too short. I disagree. I think that it really went downhill after season 1. I think that they should have tightened it up, but due to anime standards and it having to be 12 or 24, I mean, I agree with making it 24, but I did not like the way that it was handled. And I wouldn't personally agree with that, but I mean, I can kind of see where you're coming from. Like, I can see where you're coming from because I too really freaking love Death Note and would and kind of want more of it. But if you get more of it, then it gets worse. Like, that's generally how it goes, or at least that's how it feels to me, is that, like, the more I get of a specific anime, like, normally it gets worse. And I don't want it to get ruined, because I really enjoy Death Note, and I'd rather just rewatch it a million times. Where did I enter through? I don't remember how oh, we entered through the ceiling. Huh. How the heck do we get out of here? Oh, maybe we could just swim out the door? There's also a fish in here. But I really like Death Note. But the second season I don't like as much, personally. It could have, not really the things that happened in that season made me frustrated. It was the way that they did it. You gotta break out like you broke in, what, through the skylight? How? Lens, can you explain to me how I get out through the skylight? Do I just gotta swim out the door? Also, hi Calico, what's up? Oi, oi, oi. It's closer to it. Oh yeah, it's not shonen. You're right, Zombie Food. It's like rated MA. You're right. That's definitely not a young boy show. Kamimashita. I stuttered. I don't think I can jump that high, right? Kamimamita. Let me up. Yahoo! No, we can't get out. We can't get out, dude. The fix would have been to not rush stuff. Yeah, like more build up of what happens in the second season would have been real good. Go out the door. Yeah, that's what I'm about to try. It kind of scares me though. I don't like that. I don't like that. That fills me with nervous fear. Under the scum, you'll breathe your last, cause the air is used twice as fast. Under the scum? Scum of the earth? Ah, scum. Any scummers in the chat? Can we climb on this? Oh no, are we gonna die now? We are gonna die now. Oh no, the Jinjo. Save the Jinjo. Oh, thank you, Shark, for the boost. Muchly appreciated. Muchly appreciated for the boost. Ah, the old rusty bucket. I wonder what's the fastest way. Ooh, I see the anchor. Anchors aweigh, friends. Stop, have a fear of going underwater, annoy being able to break the surface tension and dying. You have nightmares about it? Oh no. Thankfully, even oily water, I think, is pretty easy. I mean, but wait a second. Oh, wait a second. But oil's more dense than water. Doesn't that mean that you would float easier in oily water? Right? Because the density difference is more, so you should float easier? Right? I don't know. We should check that at the next BP oil spill. Wait a second. What is that? Is that a hole? You have a fear that the water won't let you out? I mean, I don't think anything works like that, right? Maybe ice. Frick, dude, don't eat me. I'm busy living, dude. Yahoo! Ah, normal water in here, Lens. Nothing to be afraid of. Nothing but a little goblin man. Nothing but a little goblin man that will try to make you drown. No, it doesn't. I didn't say it was rational. Oh, no. Irrational fears. Been there, done that. I've been there, sister. Give me that honey. Give me that honey. So is this my friend, or is this an enemy? Who are you to me? What are you to me? Maybe we can bounce on his head. Maybe we can go boing on that noggin. Whoa! Hey! I don't remember you being here. I don't remember inviting you to my 15th birthday party. Look at this little man. Well. Oops. Okay, well, we definitely can't touch him. What the heck? We gotta kill his butt? Well, he dead now. He dead now. Oh, you can fly. Oh, there's a flight pad right over there. You invited him? Oh, well. Accept your apology. I'm sure you were trying your best. Sure you just wanted to make the party more lively. I appreciate it. Due for another oil spill here soon? No! No! Don't tell me they're scheduled. Who's scheduling these? You're fired. He's dead now! I'm afraid so. It had to be Dante. I didn't have an option. They didn't afford me any options. What? We can't break that. We can't break the skylight? I want out. Let me out. Oh yeah, I just saw a commercial for that new movie by the Get Out guy, Jordan Peele. It looks pretty good. It looks very interesting. Very interessante. I forget what it's called. It's called like Yelp. Oh, it's Nope. Yeah, Nope. Looks interesting. I think I saw another, we watched another Kiki Palmer. That's not the guy that was in Get Out, right? Is it? 'Cause I really like him. Okay, let's see. Where is the closest place that we can get to? Okay, there's a... Oh. It's a different person? Yeah, well, I assumed it wasn't, but I don't know his name, so... I was trying not to guess. Can I bonk this? Is this safe? Doesn't look safe. Can I hit this with an egg? Nature meets nurture. Boing. Oh, right into the acid! No! Why jump right in acid? Why jump directly in there, dude? Oh my gosh, this is kind of tricky. Alright, we got you, little Jinjo. Don't worry. I got you. Ooh, I kind of slipped. What, he dies? He dies in acid? Well, we got some puzzle pieces. We got some puzzle pieces, y'all. Let's see. In fact, we got how many out of here? 3? We only got 2. Okay, we got 2. Alright. Let's go looking around in the other places that we didn't get any puzzle pieces from. Also, this is a rareware crate. Well. Kind of suspicious, but maybe they just plastered their logo over like a lot of stuff in this game. There's an argue in the backhanded that oil spills help the environment because companies leave the area for a period. I don't think so. It's kind of like saying that an earthquake makes a lot of people donate money to the country that was affected by the earthquake, therefore earthquakes are good. Like, if oil companies would just frick off and leave the wildlife, that would be the solution. The solution is not to damage the environment and then leave. Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? Boing, boing, boing. I mean, I can see why you would say that. I just disagree with it. Let's go. Let's go bird mode. You wouldn't want to hurt a cute little bird like this now, would you? Look at this little, wait a second, let me zoom in. Look at this little bird. Wait, how do I? You wouldn't hurt a bird, would you? Oh, dang it, you can't see them. Man. You can barely see them. You wouldn't hurt a bird, would you? I wouldn't. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, I'd definitely hurt a bird. Only if it was chicken and it was already cooked. Yum, yum, yum. You saw this, you had the same argument with a friend and y'all, I promise. It was supposed to be haha funny. Oh, I see. Ye olden joke. A ye olden joke. A little bit of joshing around, a little bit of tea, funny. Okay. Hey, Calico, I'm hungry. No. Some birds are so mean though. Oh, Linz, I just don't think that you know how to interact with birds. You act overly aggressive around geese and they feel in danger. It's not geese's fault that you're aggressively posturing towards them and making them frightened for their children's well-being. It's you that's being mean to the geese. I feel in danger. Listen, but who's in more danger? You're the goose. You are the golden goose. Admit it. Gooses are scary. They are definitely scary. They're very aggressive, and it is funny how such a small little thin-necked bird can make me nervous. But if I see them waddling towards me aggressively, I start getting real nervous. And what am I worried about? That they're gonna peck me? Like, oh no, not to be pecked. They're like, I feel very attacked right now. Don't geese have weird teeth? They do have like little teeth on their beaks. They do have like little ribs, little ribbied teeth, I think. Kill it. That thing's alive. I can, oh, look at that is rude. Look at this. It just pops right on. That's not even popping. They just made it like that on purpose. You have the upper body strength of a gerbil. The bird will win. You can outrun a bird, Linz. You also have other people and tools to get away, and also, and they're not gonna want to chase you anyway. You win no matter what. No matter what, you will survive the encounter. Go away. I'm talking about hand-to-wing combat. Oh, karate chop in the wings. Wing it. Yeah, those wings are pretty tough. I'm not gonna lie. Why are birds obliged to be kind to you? They just want to fly around and have little bird babies. Well, I feel like part of that is because gooses are in like human areas, I guess. So like we allowed them into our house and now they're wrecking the furniture. Like, we wanted them to hang out with all of our great people at our local campus, and then they ended up just, like, attacking people. We invited them to our home, and they attacked our family. Oh, dang it. Why? It's every time. There's always one. Why don't I get nervous whenever I see these things? I just walk right in front of it. Like, there could be nothing there, but there's always something there. Look, there's another one. This is the worst enemy in the game. I'm just kidding, they're not that bad. As soon as one of y'all told me that I could peck them like this, it makes it a lot easier. Okay, I just want to check how far. What? You can make that jump? I'm nervous about getting too close. Yeah, that's right. Tasty. You did have geese geese people. You did have geese attack people at your college. I think it's pretty common, right? College gooses. Gooses trying to get an education. Those poor geese. Here we go. Oh, what is this? Oh, it's a feather. I mean, I'm kind of glad that they wouldn't hide something important there. Smart geese. Geese with glasses. Oh, a little bit more. Can I just get directly up here? Oof. Yeah. All right, I think we got everything here. Time for us to giddy up. Come on now, saddle up. We gotta take a look around this big old boat. I think that our next area, let's go down another tube, shall we? Down the tube. Well, well, well. Look who went down the tube, eh? You can open this door. There's so many places to discover in this place. Ah, no! Dang it! You rascal. Absolute rascal. Always when you least expect it. Let's go out the door. Whoa! Oh my gosh. Oh, I wonder if those bees are still mad. I think those bees are still angry. Holy moly. This looks like a clock in here. Oh no. This platform is way too loose to be making me do this. Okay, well, let's at least take a look around here. We gotta get up all these gears. These kind of platforming sections always make me a little bit nervous. feel a little bit rushed. I don't like it. Did he just say hi? Did he just say hi? And then I killed him? Oh, it's so fast. Does it slow down? Oh my gracious. Okay. Goodness gracious alive. I thought that just spun that fast. He said hi, and then you murked him, you jerk. What? He attacked me. He attacked me with his words first. Oh, that sucks. Oh, try again, try again. Live to ekum bokum another day. Ekum bokum. Oh. No, I missed it again. No, that sucks. That sucks. Part of that is because the sprites are 2D. It's so hard to judge the distance of those skulls specifically. Because the skulls aren't even, they're not even 3D, so they don't even have space. They're just like a little piece of cardboard. They're a piece of board cardboard floating in the air. Oh, I kind of forgot about you, buddy. All right, let's get that skull right now before something bad happens. We're going right in here. Oh yeah, and I can also avoid this guy now. Ow! Don't touch me. Don't touch me, you filthy leech. We're at the top, eh? Ooh, another one. So we're at the top. Maybe the only benefit being up here is that you don't get hurt on the way down. Because now I can crawl on this ladder. Nice. Into the belly of the beast. Oh, thank you for the alert, Kim. We will see you later. We will see you later. Labbing in the background. There's too many places to discover in this place. Oh, no! No! This is very spooky. Look, the skull's gone. No more ekum bokum. Alright. It's stressful. Okay, we're good. See, look, he was coming up. He was coming up to kill me. It was threatening my life. Alright. I'm gonna go really far away this time. And boing. Now we've got it. Here we go. You just told work that you've been self-isolating since Friday. You worked 13 hours on Wednesday, which is half of the store staff. You worked 13 hours, which is half of the store staff. You've been self-isolated, and you're screwed if you're positive. You worked 13 hours because hey, Dragon Beowulf, I'm trying to understand English. Oh, thank you for the ride, Dragon Beowulf. It was a very pleasant experience. I got to see what it's like on the other side of the screen, and let me tell you, I am so glad I'm over on this side. Because it is a scary place. Oh, come on, dude. What? Slid off the edge? Dude, this ekum bokum is broke. Who placed this one? Come on. This platforming is too slippery for such things. You can't seriously think that I can do that with these crummy controls? Listen. This is some like Super Mario 64 business going on around here with their slidey, suspicious platforming. I wonder if I can just, oh wait, what you can do is that you do the slam thing. I could have done the slam and jam thing there. Boy, that was some bull! That's what I'm saying, Tay! It was some baloney! I won't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe that it really happened. It didn't really happen that way. It's not the way that it really happened. There we go. Now we're flapping. I gotta wait just a little bit longer, but it's so nerve-wracking to be over here. I think I've just gotta hit the ekum bokum one time, though, to be fair. Okay, that was super sus, but I still missed it. No! I risked my life out here, but I didn't go far enough away. It's so hard to tell where this... Okay, can I... Okay, it's like against the wall, which is way harder to get. If you have COVID, you might have infected. Oh, that would be awful. That would be awful. I hope it comes back negative, awkward. I really do. That is very sucky. Yes! No! Well, I got it! I got it! They can't take it away from me now! You only have to pick it up. Why would they do that? Oh, I guess because they don't have a checkpoint system, they made it so that the skulls could kill you. We got it! Yeah! We've done it! The skull has been... Ow! The skull has been yoinked. It's been yoinked. It's been yoinked. Animated emote. That's so cute. I want animated emotes. Nice. Nice. I want some animated emotes. I need to give my friend Anne to make some animated emotes. Or Frulio. Oop. Watch it, Buster. Don't touch me now. Alright. Now let's see what's up. What else is in here besides the skull? Besides the old Ekum Bokum. Oh yeah, I wonder if there's a Ekum Bokum house around here. A Mumbo house? Oh yeah, there's definitely more. There's a whole nother side. Oy, 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 oy. Animated. See, that's what I was saying that Anne should do if she makes a YouTube channel. She could call it Animations. If that's not already a thing. I wouldn't be surprised if that was already a thing. He said, hi! I don't like the friendly NPCs. There's another one. What? It's like in the same spot. It's like the same challenge, except for the camera angle is stinkier.
Hey, wait a second. Wait a minute. That's some baloney.
Oh. Well, we got the skull. Wait, did we just lose officially? What does that mean? Hey! Did we run out of lives? Why do they have lives in this game? What? No, I killed my sister. Help me, Banjo. I feel all funny. No, she's dead. I killed her. My sister. She turned beautiful. Oh wait, that's the witch. No, do you have to redo the level? We were already redoing the level. I'm pretty sure that you keep all the skulls and all the puzzle pieces, and that's all that really matters. That's all that matters. Because I'm not gonna get the music notes first. I should have not focused on the music notes at all, because it's kind of silly to try to pick them up the first time, because there's no way you're gonna be able to collect everything and all the music. All right, I get it. Game over. I know I'm a loser. All right, I lost. I'll admit it. Kind of worth it. Grunty do be looking good. Worth it. Worth it just to see Grunty shake it. Just like succeeding, I guess. I was trying to think of. I was gonna say like schmoovin' on that style, but I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Schmoovin' on that style? Is that English anymore? Have we made it past English yet? Is anyone here by chance a business major who knows how to value a business? What? This is not the proper place. Calico, this is not Fiverr. Go to Fiverr for that. Oh, a Floggy, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, Floggy, I hope you're doing well. Am I? Yeah, I do have to walk back to the level, but that's not too bad. Oh, Kenny, listen, Dragon Beowulf, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my very best. This is what my best looks like. I'm doing my very best to beat this game. When was the last time you made sense, Kenny? Excuse me, Tay. When was the last time that you weren't sassy? Goodness gracious. When was the last time that you were in a chat and didn't make any trouble? Probably has a similar answer. Never! Wait a second. How do I... Where am I going? Ow! Directly into the big fellow. Directly into this fine gentleman. See you later. See, I'm gonna let him live. Goodbye to all those double chins. Hey, Kenny, guess what I caught this morning in Pokemon Arceus? Ooh, what did you catch, Floggy? Floggy, you must tell me. Nice. What'd you get? What'd you get? What'd you get? Ooh. Did you get like a shiny Shinx? There's a lot of shinies that I'd like in that game. I need to play more. Oh, you caught a shiny Scyther. Ooh. Scyther's that big old green bug, right? Is the shiny of that pink or is it orange? Or yeah, Scyther. Pretty sure that it's the pinchy-handed one, right? Oh, spooky place. I know, Eldritch Corvid. Isn't it so spooky? Oh my goodness, it would make even an Eldritch Crow afraid. The one with scythes for hand would be Scyther. Yeah. The big old sharp claw things. Exactly, that's Scyther. Instead of yellow parts, it has pink parts. Oh, welcome back, Alchemic. Look at that baby. Julie. Julie. All right, now that I have died. Look, it still says that I've gotten 2 pieces and 1 out of 2 of that. So yeah, we just need to search for more puzzle. Search for more puzzle pieces. Did I miss a game over? Game over? What do you mean? What does a game over look like? Hey, Twitterbot, thank you for the raid. Yo, thank you so much, Twitterbot. Welcome with your friends. I need to fix my alert for that. Goodness gracious, I appreciate it. Hi there. I hope you enjoyed Skyrim. How was your game?
Double shout out. That's what I'm talking about. A double shout out to Twitterbot.
Hey, Twitter. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed your streamies. How was Skyrim? What were you doing in Skyrim? I love that game so much. It's one of my most played games ever. By hours anyway. It is so good. I love starting new. That's how I normally enjoy Skyrim the most, is by starting a fresh character. Fresh character, grinding up from nothing. That's my jam. Doesn't it have an anniversary update? It does. Were you playing on the anniversary update? Anniversary update added survival mode. It added fishing. It added like all sorts of other mods. Like it's essentially like a giant mod pack that's curated by Bethesda. It looks like a lot of fun, but even the base game is super fun. But thank you so much for the raid, Twitter. I appreciate it. I hope you had a great time. And if you need to get your buns to go get some food or some water or something, please take care of yourself.
But if you want to, you're welcome to stay here and see me beat Banjo. We're gonna beat it!
Yeah, the survival mode is hard. And why fish if you can jump into a lake and catch fish with your bare hands? Because hopefully there's an achievement for it, right? Is there an achievement for fishing? Is there not like a fishing journal that you can like update with fish that you've caught? Don't tell me. Don't tell me that there's no fishing journal. Surely there's a fishing journal. Please don't tell me otherwise. Wait a second. Something opened up in the water. Where do I do that? Carly, how are you doing? What's up? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Hope you've been having a blessed day, love. Searching for meaning. Where is the? Oh, it was like in the turbine of the ship, right? So maybe it's out in the oil. Is it out in ye olden oil? Look how fast those fans are. Maybe I need to go this way. Ah! No, not this way. This is the incorrect way. That's the way to death. Gosh darn it. That's so slippery, and I couldn't rotate the camera to a comfy spot. The camera is like, it only rotates like this, so it wouldn't line up properly. I need a free camera, please. Could I have one free camera? Ow! 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 Mein Gott. Oh, mein Gott. Cool level, am I right? They're definitely pushing the limits of this platforming. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, they are pushing the limits, and they are finding them. They are finding the limits of this platforming engine. Oh, crap. Ow! Boom! Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. Look at all the delicious honey. I will be heading out. Sorry, Mr. Bees. Well, I can start by going the other way. Wait, I might have to actually hit both of those panels to slow down those fans. Yeah, might be required to go both ways, unfortunately. One of them, you get to rotate the camera correctly. The other way, we go wrong way. Yeah. Ooh. But yeah, the Skyrim Anniversary Edition does seem worth it. But I feel kind of guilty about spending more money on Skyrim. Look, and the camera doesn't rotate properly. Look, I don't, wait a second. Can I, is there like a camera focus button? Oh, maybe you can. Let me tune it a little bit. Oh, that's pretty straight on. I'm thinking that maybe it's best to do it while it's static, because whenever it's moving, it is like, the movement is so suspicious. Like, only travel on static objects at all costs, because this game is janky, dude. Look, that slows them down a bit. No, it stopped them. Huh, so either one stops the turbo. Oh yeah, and there's a button in there that turns them on. I'm slightly confused by this mechanic. It's definitely a puzzle piece. But you can't jump through these fans, they're too fast. So maybe if you hit both buttons, then it stops the whole thing? I mean, you gotta go back. Hey!
Kazooie tipped $1. Why can't you send a duck to space? Because the bill would be astronomical. Ha 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 ha.
That's awful. That's really awful. I don't. Who did that? Who is Kazooie? That is really obscene. Thanks for sharing that. Thanks for sharing. Appreciate it. I'm sure everybody else appreciates it too. What a gift. What a gift. Sometimes I don't know what to do with you. Sometimes. Come on now. Look, it stopped in a bad spot too. These are so nerve-wracking. This game. Oh no. Okay. I really hope that this works. Please let me hit this button and what? They were still moving? Huh? They on a timer? What? Oh, it is on a timer. Look, it says 60 seconds or something. Well, does that mean you've got to leave and go up the stairs? You can't go down here. All that's death. Death is below. But they give you both options to hit the buttons?
Kazooie tipped $1. It's the gift that keeps on giving. I once got fired from a canned juice factory. Apparently I couldn't concentrate.
Could you please stop terrorizing me? Could you please let me focus on this stupid level? Kazooie, please. Listen, your game's hard enough. Don't need any distractions. Oi. Dakota, what's up? Oi, oi, oi. It's the Furry King. Hiya, Dakota. What's up? A simple task, you were sure. But Grunty's engines start once more. Guess what? Ooh, what? Dakota, I can't guess. It's too impossible. What happened? What the heck happened? It's your birthday! Hey, it's Dakota's birthday! Oh, it's Dakota's birthday and it's Darren's birthday. I wish that Darren would come back so I could sing happy birthday. Oi! Oi, oi, oi! You guys, let's sing happy birthday together now. Come on. Pardon me. Let's see. Maybe I should pause this music. Oh wait. Hang on. Let me see if no, it doesn't pause whenever you go here, right? Can I sing along to this? Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Oi! Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, dear Dakota, happy birthday to you. Yay! Thank you so much, Dakota, for being here. It's so good to see you on your birthday. I hope that you've got fun things planned. Oi! Happy birthday. Today's your day. It's a special day. It's a special day. Shared with us with also a special wizard. Very cool. Very cool. 2 birthdays in the chat. I hope you have a wonderful day, Dakota. Oi, oi, oi. It's good to see you on your special day. I hope that you have a delicious cake or some tasty snacks to eat. Something. You gotta do something on your birthday, your word. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, oi, oi. How the heck do I win this? Oi, oi, oi. Can I ignore this part of the game right now? Actually, I don't understand. You'd have to be really fast. Oh, gotta get both switches. Oh, that's what it is. They're timed so that you have to. Oh no, I'm not gonna. Woo. But look, there's no timer. Oh, you gotta get both switches to stop the propeller, and then you have to go as fast as you can outside. Oh my gracious. I almost fell off. Oh my god, please. This game is so jank. You gotta be real. You gotta climb up all that ladder, bro. Oh! Should have been walking on the other side, but it stops at random times. It doesn't even stop when it's flat. It just stops at random times with a stupid janky game. I could have avoided that. But still, they could have at least made it so that it stops in the same spot every time. That seems pretty simple. Oh my gosh. Also, you can get down there. I wonder. Oi, it's Monster. How are you doing? Monster, I'm raging. Hello. I'm raging right now. And onto the crate. There we go. Kratos. Okay, I can't. It won't let me look over there. Aha! Well. What do we have here? A little hidden jingle. Probably shouldn't do this right now. But I'm so curious. Help. 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 I have to save him and get out of here? Is that running out of air? That seems pretty tricky. Oh no, even trickier if you miss. Oh, I think we might die here. I don't wanna die,
But I'm just about to. Ooh, that was close. That was a close one there. Did you see that? I thought I was gonna die. I thought I was gonna die for a minute there.
Nope.
Oh man.
Oh, shucks. Boing. There we go. Bird leg time. Maybe we should try another route. Let's see. I'm gonna double check where them turbines are. You're waiting for your food to be delivered? You're very hungry. And no, it's not Papa John's. Listen. I know that you bought from that traitorous man, Papa. I know you did it. Just admit it. Just admit it, monster. I know what you did. But, you bought from Papa. Bought from Papa, and now you won't be forgiven. Wait a second. Wait 1 milliminute. So you saved this one for last, eh? Eh? I will buy from Papa in a heartbeat. I have no loyalty to anyone. Yes, that is Lynn's character in a nutcase. In a nutshell. In a nutshell, Lynn's has no alliances. Lynn's is a mercenary. Absolutely. In a nut. that's explaining it in a nut. Look, that's the nut and short of it. Listen, no. Sometimes I think of things to say and then I think better of it. Let's go. Boing. All right, we're gearing it. Geared for success. I could have saved that. I could have saved that. If I just gone on the second gear, not on the third one. It's a very stinky portion. I think that it's the one. I mean, maybe not like the one hard part of this level, but I think it might be the hardest part. I think we may be just dealing with the hardest one first, which is fine with me. Boing. Would you like more puns to raise the mood? The mood is right. The jig is up. The puns are out. And that's enough. Simply. I said the mood is right. Did you get everything settled with Papa? Me and Papa, we made our peace. I made my peace with Papa. Stab him. Stab Papa. Okay, there we go. And should I even grab these notes? I mean, I guess they'd be nice to have if I actually live. Oh yeah, and I should do this side first. This material looks frick, dude. That material looks kind of like those little wafers. You know, the cream wafers? The little, like, $1 cream wafers? Those are pretty tasty. Simply having a wonderful... what? A wonderful puniful time? Puniful? Wonderful puniful? Having a wonderful Christmas time. A wonderful puniful. Puniful Christmas. Do those feel like they flow equally? Could at least say maybe punderful Christmas time. Oh, why would you not use punderful? Oh, frick, dude. Oh, punful instead of punderful. A punderful. A wonderful punderful time. This is all awful. This is all horrible. The workshopping's not helping. Y'all are only distracting me, and I keep getting killed by this guy. I keep getting murdered. Murdered by a buoy. You know, the irony is that it's called a lifesaver. Wow. Dude. I will admit the music is not the music's not too stressful. That's kind of nice. Yeah, I was saying that this material looks like one of those wafers, like the it's either vanilla cream or there's strawberry, and it has this like kind of grid-like top to them, and then it has cream in the middle. This is making me hungry. This challenge isn't making me nervous, it's making me hungry. Go, 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 come on, Banjo. For heaven's sakes, my man. My man! My man, what are you doing out here? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm alive. It's a Christmas miracle. Wafers? Yeah, I think that they're called wafers, right? I've eaten a lot of off-brand ones. Rotate it. That's about perfect, I think. There we go, lined up. Ready to rock. Perfect. 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 Looking lovely. All right, nice. Do we need to hit all 3 of these buttons? Or is it only 2 of them? I'm pretty sure it's only 2 of them. Maybe you run into this button room to like extend the time. Rosera! That's so cute. It's adorable. Look at those eyes. Oi, oi, oi! Rosera! Be kind of nice to pass through here, wouldn't it? Maybe you gotta press the button in there. Maybe if you press the button in there, then you get to walk through the middle. Yeah. Maybe that's the meaning of that button. Well, well, well. All 3 are for Jiggy Outdoors. Oh, okay. Nice. So I gotta hit all 3. Well, that's good. That makes it a bit easier. It is still very stinky and smells bad. Rick, dude, that's baloney, man. You can never tell if you're gonna slide or not. Why did they not make it, like, more polygons? Why did they make it smoother? It's impossible. I mean, like, literally, I think some of the angles that it hits, I think are literally impossible. Like, obviously, the challenge is not impossible because you can just wait. But I do think that some of the angles are like, you can't stand on them. Don't know why they would make it like that. Nice and smooth like my brain. Smooth brain. Much easier to let things slip right out of it. It's a useful skill to have. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't remember all these stressful things. My brain's too slippery. My brain is the slip and slide of memories. If memories were children, my brain would be a slip and slide. Yeah, nope. Okay, all right, now he's dead. He's dead. All right, now are we gonna get lucky and it's actually passable? Because we have to pass over these 4 times. All right, this one's real. That's the real one. Nice. Good job, Banjo. Banjo, you know what? After all of this, I'm pretty proud of you. Oh, almost perfect alignment. I think we take these. We take these camera alignments. No need for perfect, all right? No need to use a fine-tuning argument in my chat. Oh yeah, wait a second. Is there extra life that I've been snagging every time? Am I always one mistake away from a game over? Am I one jump away from 2D being turned into a gremlin? We'll make it over this cream wafer. Okay. You don't always snag it? What? I've forgotten it a few times. No! Rosera sent me into the unknown. What was that? Oh, it sounded like Mama, the big Disney fan. Thank you for the follow. Oi, oi, oi. How are you doing? I just went to Disney a little while ago. I just was there. Got to go to Florida Disney or Disney World. Went to Disney World and got to go to the Epcot Park. Oi, oi, oi. It's nice to meet you, big Disney fan. Happy Saturday? Is it Saturday? I thought that it was Sunday. Right? Isn't it Sunday? Hey, don't be poking me on the head. Look here, you better wait, Birdo. Look, it's stopping in a bad spot every time. Is that because of the... Good luck on that engine, remember when I was trouble. Yeah, this is really tough. It's really tough. I've died quite a few times. Calm down, can you? What? It is Sunday. Oh, it looks like it's getting better. Looks like it's getting better. Linz, you calm down. Oh, no! God! That sucks! That sucks! That stinks, man. So frustrating. He just slides off the surface. I even waited a bunch of times. I don't think it gets better. No! No, give me that life back. There we go. It'll always be off kilter. Ugh, I have to walk on one side of it. Whew. I mean, listen. Mario Sunshine was built off of the Mario 64 engine. And Mario 64, pretty janky. Super Sunshine is pretty janky. Like, I will admit, Sunshine has some levels that make me very frustrated. But this is, I think this might be worse. Too bad you're not playing this on a Nintendo, which you could, let me see. You could have saved and load instead of dying. Saved and load. I mean, I am playing on Switch. Check it out. I am on Switch, but I'm not gonna save scum it because I don't feel like that's playing the game personally. I mean, if you want to do it, or if somebody wants to do it just so that they can like see the ending of the game, or because it's making them mad, I would understand. But yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Thank you for the follow, Krista Nemo. Hiya. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Oh, hang on. Okay. Run. See, look, it's easy to walk on that one. And then whenever you press this button, it gets really hard to move around in it. Wahoo! Let's go. Let's go. Wahoo! Krista, how was your Sunday doing? I hope you're doing well. We're just goofing around playing this last level of Banjo-Kazooie. Banjo-Kazooie. If we can beat this game today, then we'll be able to play Earthbound again tomorrow. I kind of want to play... I want to play more Earthbound because Majora's Mask is coming out soon. I think it comes out on the 25th, right? Second to last level? This ain't the last level? This has got some last level energy to it. I want to play some more Earthbound. Oh, we still have Click Clock Wood. I heard that that's the best level. I heard that... Oh, look! That was super flat. Since you're playing on the Switch, what are your thoughts about... Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I will be playing it day one. I will be playing it day one. I can't wait to play it. I've never played Majora's Mask before, so it'll be a blind, fresh run. It'll be my fresh take on it. Because I love Ocarina of Time. I've been putting off playing Majora's for a long time. A totally unnecessarily long time. I'm super excited. We'll be playing it on its release. I'd love to get good at that game too, because it seems like doing randomizers of that game would be fun. Okay, I think I found a new method. I found a smarter method. The smarter method is to fly and then land whenever it's flat, and then do that. That is much easier. But landing on a spinning object is kind of spooky. So if I hit this button, it won't start the timer, right? Right? What? Did it start the timer? Oh, it didn't. Okay, it did. Oh, no, it did. What? Why is the timer started? Oh, it stopped the rotation. That's dope. Am I supposed to go back this way? Oh, no. Am I gonna have time? Oh, yeah. Got for like 50 seconds. Let's go. Actually, I think rolling might slow you down, TBH. At least you have 40 seconds. That is kind of a long time. Okay, I gotta focus on this real quick, you guys. Let me just do this shit. Okay. Where the heck do we get out? Okay, there we go. Just need to hurry. So I got 28 seconds. So do I need to go to the control room, Alchemic? Okay, I'm guessing this is after this. That's a bummer. I'm gonna have to redo it. Frick! I'm gonna have to redo it! I thought that I needed this! Dang it. Oh, no. That's too bad. Well, I have to do it again, fam. Wait a second. Are those propellers stopped now so that I can get that jig? Is this on a timer? Look, it's smashed down. Oh, do they like now go in a cycle? I missed it, you guys. I'll have to stop saying hi. Go away. Yeah, those stopped in the middle. Yeah, so they like occasionally will like spin on and off. Okay. I should have run to the end of the ship. That was my mistake. That was my mistake. Considering that Majora's Mask is rated G and considered a... Hey, Vonchik, yo! Thank you so much!
OMG 16-month already?
Oi, oi, oi! Thank you for the 16, Vaughn. It's good to see you. Hello, hello, hello! It's good to see you. It's good to see ya. How's your Sunday going? 16 months already? Oh my goodness gracious. We've known each other for so long. If you fail, you gotta hit the buttons again. Yeah, I know. Hey, John, what's up? What's up, John? That's my DM, you guys. That's my dungeon master right there, John. We just finished our D&D campaign. Our D&D campaign. I was playing a scurvy troublemaking dwarf by the name of Doolin Shatterbranch, a barbarian. Hey, it's good to see you, John. Oi, oi! I kind of thought that you'd hopped into a stream at one point. It's good to see you. It's good to see you in my domain. It's my land. What's up, John? I'm excited thinking about us maybe doing a new campaign sometime. Lots of fun. If you guys wanna, could we get a shout out for John? If y'all wanna check out John doing other people's D&D, John's also playing with another group. I think that they're level 15 right now. And then also, oh, Anaya Falcon, thank you for the raid. Hi. Oh my gosh, this is spooky as heck. How do I get through here? Anaya, thank you for the raid. Oi. Oi, 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 oi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Anaya. I hope that you had a wonderful stream. How was Broken Sword 5? I gotta get John. John got a shout out up there right before the raid happened. John plays D&D and played D&D with me, and we'll play it in the future. So if you want to see D&D, then you could go there. If you want to see wholesome streams of fun games, then you could follow my friend Anaya. I've known Anaya like the entire time that I've been streaming. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope that you enjoyed Broken Sword 5, which I don't think I've heard of, but I'm gonna look it up really quick because I think I've heard of Broken Sword. I feel like I've seen this on the Steam store. Okay, is this like a search and find game? Let me see. Explosive episode in the classic series. Play as the intrepid American George Stobart and sassy French journalist Nico Collard. Oh, I see. It's like a story game where you play a story. What is that called though? Hi, my name is Earl. If you didn't know me, I play lots of games and stuff. Thank you. Broken Sword series is a point and click. That's the name of it. Point and click. This game is called a suck and die game where I suck at it and then I die. It's so difficult. Oh, shit, there we go. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Now we get the jiggy. Yahoo! Time to get jiggy with it. First time gamer, last time streamer. Number 2 is your favorite, but you love 5 so far. 4 does not exist. 4 is dead to you. Oh no. What did 4 do? What did 4 do to you? Anaya, did they ruin all of our favorite characters? George Bogart. But let me see. Somebody was asking in the chat what everybody's favorite Disney movie is. That's a good question. That's a good freaking question. Also, John, if you're still here, I hope your day's going good. How is thou day going? If you failed, let me see. Big Disney fan. I think you're the one that said it. Yeah. What's everybody's favorite Disney movie? I feel like if you're talking about Disney movies, though, are you counting Marvel movies now? Like, is that a Disney movie? Like, I get that it's made by. Actually, I should have done the other one first because it's way harder to platform the other side. That was a dumb decision. That was dumb. Yeah, and are you counting Pixar, or is that considered? Is that considered Disney? Because that's really Disney Pixar or Marvel Disney. What about the national? What about the National Geographic movie? Which, right now, Encanto. Ooh, Encanto is very good. Very much. Well, I mean, Alchemic, to be fair, is probably gonna go super slow on that platforming. So, if anything, we've saved ourselves the pain. You think anything made by Disney is good, but my fave. Here's a hint. Do you want to be a snowman? That's probably Frozen or something, right? Isn't it? I think that's Frozen. I'm not sure. Everything owned by Disney. That makes it a lot tougher, actually. Because there's a lot more things owned by Disney. That will probably end up being a Pixar movie, I guess. I wish I hadn't watched The Incredibles so much as a kid, because that movie's a real banger, but I think I'm like really tired of it because I saw it a billion times as a kid, which is too bad. So many movies? Yeah, because of Fox Searchlight. That's true. Are those Disney movies? No. Alchemic Fox Searchlight does not count as Disney movies. No. That ruins it. That ruins everything if you believe that. No, not Searchlight. No, you can't do that. That's illegal. That is against the rules. Those are not Disney movies. You know that I'm gonna pick a Wes Anderson movie then. Rick, no! No, this game stinks. P.U., dude. Stinky. No, I lost. Fiddlesticks. P.U. Okay, favorite Disney movie. Final offer, The French Dispatch. Just kidding. I don't know if The French Dispatch is my favorite Fox movie. Dang it. The witch turned into a babe. Stop. Mambo, get out of here. Don't simp for the lady. Don't be nice. No. No. Farewell. Queen Saru, hey! Oi, I just died. Hello. Queen Saru, I just failed.
Hello, local failures in your area. Queen Saru, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you enjoyed your games.
My alerts are too quiet. Monster, thank you for the 15 months. Hey, thank you for the 15 months. Queen Saru, thank you for the raid. How was your game? You were playing what? Gorogoa. I've never heard of this. Gorogoa. I'm looking up these games. It's an elegant evolution of the puzzle genre, told through beautiful handmade story designed and illustrated by Jason Roberts. The gameplay of Gorogoa is wholly original, comprised of lavishly illustrated panels that players arrange and combine in imaginative ways to solve puzzles. Impeccably simple, yet satisfyingly complex. Oh, I've heard of this. Yes, that game looks so good. That looks like a smart game. That's a smart game for smart people. Queen Saru, that's a game for you. Did you break your Go XLR? What did I do? Did it sound weird? No. I think, that normally happens whenever something gets unplugged. It has to do with my Windows settings. So like, you have to launch this OBS program. You have to launch it playing in a certain channel. Right now it's playing to my main like sound channel. It's supposed to be playing on a different one. But unfortunately, you can't set that after you launch the program. It's actually, I would blame it on Windows. Windows has some really bad audio settings, in my opinion. Windows has awful audio settings. Like once a program is, so like if you have like a headphone audio thing and you've got like a speaker audio thing, if you turn on Firefox or something and start playing a YouTube video, if you want to switch the audio thing, if you want to switch which speaker you're playing from, then you have to close Firefox to do that. It's redonkulous. Cheese Tree, oi, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hiya, Cheese Tree. I was recommended to you by Anarama. Oh, excuse me. Anna from Anarama. Awesome sauce. I'm glad that you're over here, Cheese Tree. It's nice to meet you. Wait. And you said you like Banjo-Kazooie? This is the first time that I've ever played Banjo-Kazooie. I'm playing it on the Switch, and it's been lots of fun so far. I really enjoy it. They changed that in 11? Oh, really? You can set volume by individual app now? You can do that in 10 if I'm not confused by what you're saying. I think I might be confused by what you mean. Because you can do that in Windows 10, but you have to right-click it and click volume mixer. Like you can mix it on your computer yourself. I'm talking about something, I'm talking about a different thing. I'm just being confusing, I'm sorry. I'm not making it easy. I think I go down here. You wish you had some lasagna. Everybody wants a lasagna.
I hate Sundays. I hate Sundays, love Mondays, and I'm allergic to lasagna. I'm also a dog.
All right, we're gonna try again.
We're gonna do it. Come on, you guys, we're gonna do it live. This time I'm gonna beat the level first try.
Oh, I think that big Disney fan earlier said, "Don't quit." Don't worry, I'm a glutton for punishment. Don't worry, there's something inside of me that just loves to be punished by a video game. Am I anti-Garfield? My name is Otis. My name is Otis Dogbottom. Oh goodness, can I make this? I want some lasagna. I'm gonna kick Odie off the table. Garfield. Welcome to the Room of Pain. This is the Room of Pain. I've died here like 17 times now. I hate this place. I hate it here. Can I go home? Mom, please pick me up. I'm scared of these spinning. I'm scared of these things. Honestly, I've only been hit by the turbines one time. It's these stupid spinning things. Your name is the Earl of Suds, aka Kenny, and you are awesome. No, you, Scott V. It's good to see you. Oi. Frick. Scott, how are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. It's good to see you, my friend. Happy Sunday. This is the worst room in the game. I was really thinking the same thing, Cheese Tree. I've never beaten the game yet. Haven't made it to TikTok Wood. But listen, Donkey said that that's his favorite level, all right? So I like have confidence that I'm gonna enjoy it. Let Donkey decide what I'll enjoy. Oh, and I'm doing well. I'm glad to hear that, Scott. I haven't seen you too much this new year. I hope that it's all been going good. Sounds like it's been at least a little bit good. Since today's good. We've got at least 1 day's worth of evidence. Oh my god, did somebody just say that I look like Jack Black again? No! It happened again! No! Oh wait, that's not that. Do I still have that Jack Black image? That's not Jack Black. It happened again! People say that. People, like 7 people have said that independently. Actually, big Disney fan. That is... Now it's starting to get into my subconscious, dude. It's starting to get into my subconscious. I can't believe it. I never ever thought that about myself. But now a lot of people have said it, and you know what? I'm starting to believe it. Me and Jack, homies for life. Just me and Jack chilling. Let me flip that head. Just me and Jack. that looks cursed. Don't do that. Don't flip it. There we go. See, like what? I mean, obviously the color's off, but I mean, I can kind of see it. Okay. Hey, Jack Black's the new streamer. Oh, I've been replaced by Jackathan Blackathan. Same person. These are the same image. Corporate wants to tell you the difference between these 2 people. Okay, move it out here. Yeah, a little like a young Nacho from Nacho Libre. Oh no. It's the mustache and hair. Oh yeah, I guess the mustache does kind of look like Nacho a little bit. I kind of forget about that. Nacho. I ate some books. I ate some grass. I use my hand to wipe my tears. Kiss your mouth. I break my vow. No way, Jose. Unless you want. My mom loves that movie so much. Hey, Homestar Gamer, what's up? I'm hanging up my sword. What? You don't I know that you don't like the movie, but come on now. Come on now. Some of that stuff is pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Become a VTuber with Jack Black as your avatar to see if anyone notices. What? No, people would notice. No, frick! God, we had that one though. We had that one. That was it. That was right on the money, dude. I kind of rushed it a little bit. I kind of rushed it. Because I was nervous about another rotation, but it still seemed reasonable. Still seemed reasonable, dude. Thanks for the alert, big Disney fan. How's the level treating you? Pretty good, Homestar, gotta say.
Gotta say, it's great. I love video games that suck. Sucky video games.
Just kidding. It's just a little janky. Oh, need some foods? All right, Anaya, go get some foods. Thanks again for the raid. Enjoy your Sunday snackies. Sunday snackies. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just a little bit janky. A little bit of janky old school platforming. Like I've mentioned before, Mario 64 has some janky platforming. So even does Sunshine, like one of my favorite games ever. Thank you for the follow. It's Yoshi Spyro YouTube. Yoshi! That was not my best Yoshi, but... Yoshi! I don't know if that's high enough, but it is truly the hardest part of the game. Okay, that's good to hear. That's good to hear, because I was thinking that TikTok Woods was going to be a lot of fun, right? You're eating food while watching the stream. Nice. What's for lunch? For dinner? For breakfast? I don't know what food time you're celebrating at the moment. You could be celebrating brunch. Bam! Get out of here. I won't leave you, Linz. Kim, that's so wholesome. Also, hi, Cup Man. Welcome in. Oh, no, I threw you off. No way. No way, Cup Man. You only saved my life. Listen, I would have failed so much sooner if you weren't here and didn't say that about me being a Jack Black VTuber. If you hadn't said that, then I wouldn't have even had a chance. But you gave me the only chance that I could. So, Cupman, what do you think about the new Cuphead show? That's your work. That's your work, right? Shaking my head. I've been saying that that is the devil pit incarnate. And did I lie? I mean, definitely not. This Jiggy is got to be like probably the worst one in the game. You're dang right. You were dang right about that. I guess I expected the whole level to be worse. But I think that this makes up for the whole level being relatively normal. Ooh, hey, that was a pretty good one, you guys. You can tell me that, like, after I beat a cheese tree. You can tell me that afterward. I've thought about going through the middle, but we're just gonna do it the way that I've been trying to do it, so that we get the, like, satisfaction of it. So that we get the satisfaction of having completed it the way that we've been trying. You think it's really well designed? Yeah, I think that the level's great. It's the mechanics, it's the physics, it's the platforming, I think, that are frustrating. Like, not all of it, just, okay, good lord, come on, bro. Thank you, I like winning, thank you. Okay. Boing. Alright, we might make it, you guys. Oh yeah, turkey trot. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, yeah, let's turkey trot whenever we get outside. Actually, we could have turkey trotted right then. Oh, we trot. This world is fraught with the trot. Okay. No, sir. Let's go. Get in there. Nice. Okay, stop zooming, frick. Get there. Good, we're still in there. Nice, we got it. What happens now? I think I die now. Yeah, I got it. I got the puzzle piece. Hey. Nice. Rest in peace, bear. We got it. Go? Oh. Alright, I think that we know where another one is. We got it. We got it, you guys. Oh, yeah. Maybe one of the hardest jiggies in the whole game. Yahoo! Go, huh? I'm thinking. We didn't get that jiggy in the middle, did we? No, I think we did. I guess that's an easy thing to check, isn't it? It's down that tube? I did? Okay. If I did get that one, then let's see. Let's check our totals. We're still missing 6. Plenty. So, there's like a weird like toll booth thing where we have to shoot eggs in it, I think. Hang on. My friend telling me that he just woke up. Nice. Oh! Fell in the oil. Oops. My bad. Alright, we're gonna shoot our buns over here. Since you died, you gotta get the notes from the engine room? Yes. But to be fair, we're probably gonna die again before we get all of the other pieces, because we still got like 6 more. Oh, dang it. So I don't think that was really gonna happen. Good morning to your friend. Yeah, at 6 p.m.
Incredible. Incredible sleep schedule, SpongeBob.
Some eggs. Get some delicious eggs to pay the toll man. Pay the toll troll. We just give 1. Gotta give 2. You gotta pay 2 to the toll man. What is this all about, huh? What does this have to do with anything? Don't tell me there's a monster in here. Oh yes. Well. What do we have here? No! I just wasted another feather! I'm guessing that there's a flight pad, right? At some point? Jinjo! Ignore the Jinjo. Jinjo will live.
Will live, just don't interfere.
Where's the next toll? I just want to pay all the tolls and see what happens, because I've never done that yet. Bam, bam, bam. Hey up. Hey up, Buttercup. And there's none out here. Would this game be better or worse? Or this level be better or worse with Dire Doc's music? Can't decide. Oi, oi, oi!
Hot Grunty tipped $1, a pun for winning. I entered 10 puns into a contest to see which one would pun intended.
What? What does that mean? What? A pun for winning. I entered 10 puns into a contest to see which one would win. No pun in 10 did win. How do you have a competition where nobody wins? That's awful. I can't get across there. Let's hop inside this crate. Hello? Hi there. What are you getting up to there? Get egged. Get egged, dude. Oh, whoa. Nah. Ah, these guys are really hard to dodge. Go ahead. Get me. Oh, wow. He just spontaneously went up. Hey, thank you for the 10 bits, Cheese Tree. Thank you for the 10. Brian did that so dirty. Brian didn't have any pause. He just said, no pun intended. Like, he just said it correctly. Oh, that's a PO thing. I was wondering. I was like, why do I see numbers in the chat? What's happening? What's happening? Don't give out my personal address. That's my personal PO box address. Hey, Blue Jay! Thank you so much for the sub. Hey! Oh, it's courtesy of Calico.
Thanks to
Entered
Calico
month 2.
_kitties
Noise.
for my sub gift.
Thank you again, Calico,
What does
for that
this button
gifted
do?
sub. Oi, 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 oi! Blue Jay, it's good to see you. How are you doing? And Ashley, thank you for the 10 bits too. Thank you for the 10 buck too. I mean the 10 bits too. Ashley, how are you doing? How are you doing on Sunday? Oh, this guy is. He's a little loach. You just woke up? I just got a text from another friend that said that they just woke up.
Blue Jay, that's what Sundays are for. Lazy Sundays.
Good sleep schedules? I got home at 6 a.m. last night. I drove home at 6 a.m. last night. We're out here. We're out here gaming. Come on now. Yeah. Whammo. I just kind of want to eat these up. Did you buzz off? don't think there's anything else valuable in here. We did get an Ecum Bokum, though, and that's what really matters. At the end of the day... How do... Maybe there's probably not a way up that way, is there? Do I have to walk all the way back? Because there's no other way to get on the boat. I think you do have to actually go around. Good sleep schedule, don't know her. Listen, I've never met her. I've never seen her. She ain't said anything to me. Boing, boing. Imagine going to bed before sunrise. Just imagine.
Don't touch me. I'm a god.
The god of the guck. Boing. Great, I'm dead. Actually, you live. Actually, you live. I forgot about that. I forgot about the part where you live through that. Now we permanently have that Jinjo, and we'll never have to get them again, thankfully. We now permanently have them in our inventory. No big deal, pickle. Alright, get on my legs. Leg it. Leg it up this building. I can't see anything. Okay, there we go. Just gotta smooth around real quick. Nice and careful. Zoom! Yahoo! What do you mean you wish Jinjos were permanent? What do you mean? 6 a.m.? Night? What? Listen, cut my... It's hard to explain. Me personally, I believe that the next day doesn't start until I go to bed and wake up. That's just a personally held belief. That's my religiously held belief. It's not open to scrutiny. Whenever I wake up, then it is a new day. If it is 10 a.m. and I go to sleep, then the new day has not begun yet. That's just how it works. I'm sorry. Today has not been good. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that, Marissa. I hope that it gets better. Oi. Oi, 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 oi. Boy, oi, oi, oi. Oh, that's an interesting number. What number? Where? 69? Where's it at? Huh? 69, 420? Where's it at? Huh? Where is it? I don't see it. Fifi Abby, 2 gifted subs. I don't see the number. Oh, nothing. What? What is it? What? Did I say 10 a.m.? Is that what you're talking about? I did not go to bed at 10 a.m. last night. I went to bed at 6. I went straight to bed. I was sleeping so good. I was sleeping so soundly. I was knocked out. How do I... Maybe we hippity hoppity. Maybe we hippity hoppity. Why do you sound like a Florida man looking for the number 69? Where is it? It's because that's a funny number. Funny number. We can do it. We can't do it. Oh, I think we die now. Ah, yes, funny number. Not your sleep schedule. I do not care about that. Yeah, I didn't think so. How do I get out of here? Are these boxes just to keep you alive? I don't. Who said that this level design was good? Was that Homestar Runner? Listen, there are elements of this level design that are good, but it is not by and large a well-designed level. Like the fact that it's got this huge area that you have to go around. No. We need more funny numbers. I know. I've seen posts about that where they're like, I'm bored of these 2 funny numbers. We need more. We need more funny numbers. Bored of these 2. Now there's a Jinjo down there, right? Oh, it is your least favorite level? Alright. Then I know what you mean. It's a good design level by modern standards. Let's see where's that thing. He must be at the bottom. He's gonna be. Oh, he's in the pit! Jinjo's in the pit, you guys. Let's get in the pit. The music's about to drop. Why 42? Because it's meaning of life. It's an older meme number. It's an older meme number for the more well-seasoned memers.
For the more well-seasoned members. Yoy, 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 yoy.
5,138,008. Why is that funny, Cutman? That is the question. Why is that funny? So how the frick do I get over there? Now, if you think about it, it's impossible.
I know that this kind of extends your jump, right? But you can't do that after you flap. I'm in full support of Earl becoming a full-time retro streamer. I mean, I do really enjoy retro games. I do have a lot of fun with retro games. Definitely something that I can see myself playing a lot more of. You can do it after Talon Trot Jump. Talon? Oh, frick. Yeah. So, can you fly after this? Oh, yeah, you can get bit by that. Okay. So you can do a Talon Trot Jump. That's a long way for just one jump, right? Isn't it? Don't you get more distance by flying? Okay. I made it to like right here. Definitely short out. Let's try it. Which one did I jump off of? Dang it. I don't know which one goes further. Detective Rage, what's up? Right? Okay, maybe that's just not the way to get over there. There's two tolls. It's both tolls. Both tolls are over there. Both Tolls and Sonic are both over there, stranded. It's gotta be another way, dude. Gotta launch an investigation. For whom the bear trolls. Oh, Tolls. Maybe you gotta climb up that TNT box and climb over on the crane. I did never try to climb on a crane. Hope you're having a great Sunday. So sweet. Detective Rage. I'm having a great Sunday. Think of it as analog numbers and turn upside down. Oh, I see. One of those numbers. Yeah, boobs, and the other one is... yeah, boobies, haha. Yeah, you can say a few more funny things. Like, you can say sheesh with a calculator. I think there was one more, right? Sheesh. Sheesh is the latest calculator meme. Sheesh. Oh, you can! Ow! You can say hell? Yes, that is true. I forgot about that. I remember spelling that on a calculator and being like... Oh, nice save! This is a really thin walk. Alright, nice. Bingo. Bingo bango. I thought about doing that over on this other crane, but I thought I couldn't do it. That's why I didn't even look for something like this. Ooh. You know, whenever you fall 5,000 feet, but then you land on a rung of a stairway? We had a license plate that had heck numbers of... What? Oh, look, you can see the numbers from here. What? Where? What? Oh, 6? Yeah, look, 6, and... You see the numbers? What numbers? Where? Oh, there. 3, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. Yeah, what does that mean? Is that funny? Is that funny? I don't get it. I'm a baby. I'm a happy baby. How do I get... Can I... Okay, we got chicken legs down there. There's thigh bones. Oh, you will eventually? I should know that. It's important lore. Oh my gosh, could we please? Holy mackerel. That was an expensive toll. Working out great. Yahoo! Ta-da! Still don't get it. What is... So, does it matter that we can walk on this? We've already been over there. But this is new. We haven't been over to this corner. I can't even see what's over here. There it is. One Jinjo. All this for a Jinjo? You kidding me, dude?
You think I care about that Jinjo's life? No!
Rick that Jinjo. We're out of here. We're looking for another puzzle piece. I'm not saving that Jinjo for nothing. That Jinjo can get lost. That Jinjo can stuff it.
We're gonna find ourselves the other puzzle piece.
There's that anchor over there that's kind of suspicious. But not that suspicious. Also, I think that there's another tower that we haven't gone into. Let us search the towers. Oh, no, through the legs. Through the legs. Yeah. Now we're legging it. Boing, boing. Yeah, we need to find where all the Jinjos are before we can reliably think that we can collect them all without dying. Because if you collect a bunch of them and then you die, it's worthless. We've already collected a Jinjo like twice. That anchor is specifically very sus.
I don't like it. There's something wrong with it.
There's a door here. I just wanted to double check if there's a door in this stack over here. Because there's not too much else to this level, I don't think. This guy, that's for sure. There might be something up on this crane. Not a puzzle piece, but like maybe a Ekum Bokum. I don't know if I want to climb this thing at the moment though. It is funny that they seem to put feathers in every level, but oh, you can also move the cranes up and down, I think. Because there's buttons I didn't interact with. Interesting. Oh, it's for this. Oh, it's for this. Let's see. 911, what's your emergency? My emergency is that I cannot read. Please send a translator. It is 312. Okay, it's just 312, basically. Basically, just 312. Oh, my bad. Fiddlesticks. 312. 312 for this bear and you. Boing. The 312, isn't that a movie that just came out? Maybe this will be a jiggy. Surely. Oh, heck yes. Oh, heck to the yes. Go. Let's see. Hey, Huda Hoo, how are you doing? Yeah, I am playing on the Switch. This is on the virtual console. Boom, but we haven't been save scumming. I promise. It's nice to meet you. What's up? How's your Sunday going? I am suffering. This level is painful. I don't know if you've seen this level, but gracious alive. Gracious. Oh, now that's just my fault. Okay, we gotta raise this crane. I see. The other one is a TNT box. So one of the crane items is a TNT box. Is there any point to raise that or lower that? I don't see an incentive. Or is it even TNT? It is. So maybe you lower it and blow it up? Possibly? Is that... Because it looks like there's a hatch. Looks like there's a hatch on the ground. It may be true. It may be true what the elders told us. But we need to climb up this crane either way. Boing. We go. And now we know that we can actually do this. Nice, perfect straight shot. Boing, boing. Do a little fall damage. Oh, gotta be closer. I love that trick. I don't remember who told me to do that. I think it was Homestar Gamer that told me how to do that. Maybe it's a bird thing. Yeah, that did it. Could be bird peck. Alright. Nice. Oh, and it's time too. How would you get over there quickly? By climbing? No, that's not fast enough. That is not fast enough. Marie Evie, this is my first playthrough of this game. It's really fast. What other ways back onto the boat are there? I do not think that we can make that jump. Can you fly? No, there's not a flying spot. I don't think. There's a chicken leg spot over here, though, I think. Yep, that's chicken legs, unfortunately. Yeah, it's definitely not... Well, it's not definitely not flying, but... Okay, so you can't hit it with an egg. So I can't hit it while I'm still in the boat, I don't think. I'm trying to think of any way to time that out. Let's just test it. Oop, not that. Let's just start climbing and see how far we get. I'm guessing not very far. Oh, dang it. I didn't know that you had to jump to get on the ladder. Ah, you go pretty quick. Maybe if you didn't mess it up, you could do it. Maybe if you got good. It seems possible. We'll see. Marie Evie, how are you doing, by the way? It is nice to see you. Happy Sunday. Happy day of the sun. Ah, sun god Leto smiles upon you. This is a little slam-a-doo. Chicken leg. And then he's trapped forever. Did you see some nice strats? Good strats. Hey, whoa! You almost caught this bear in there. Hey, boyong, boyong, boyong. Let's lower the other crane and blow it up. Time to blow up this ship. See, this TNT's definitely gotta blow up that thing, right? You gotta get over here quick as well, and then make this thing explode? I'm guessing it respawn. Well, it might be that you lower it and it just shows a cutscene of it blowing up. We gotta try it first. Try it, we'll see what it do. You never know with games right now. You're doing great. Hey, I'm glad to hear it, Marie. Having a great day. We're having a good time. Having a good time. Don't stop, babe. And then it exploded. Oh, it just dropped it. That didn't lower it. That's not what I bargained for. Okay, let's get this stupid Jinjo. Let's get this dumb old dum-dum. Silly old... Help! 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 Pop out. Run up. What? Why was that not a peck? Do I need to like activate it, walk away, and then peck them? No. Oh, it's not gonna be blown up either, I don't think. Ah, no! I always forget about you. Go away. Maybe I should be doing, but this takes forever too. They both take forever. I guess this one's quick, but you have to be far away from them. You gotta get really close to those eels to activate them. I guess you gotta activate them, walk back, and then peck their eyes out. Peck their eyes out. I gotta find out what's in this hole. I'm so curious. Now we have to pay the egg toll again if we wanted to try to save that Jinjo. Oh, now I died. Now I took damage because I slipped. Come on, baby. Peck it as you pass over and it'll hit them as they come out. That's a good idea. Just pre-peck them. Pre-pecked? Pecked lunch? Pre-chewed food for your young birds. That's pretty slick. That is pretty slick trick you've got there, Homestar Gamer. I do like that. I do. That does give me a moderate amount of pleasure to commit that against those poor worms. I don't think that we need the tolls, like, in and of themselves. So I'm going to ignore them, because I don't want to pay. I don't want to pay my taxes. I didn't become a bear just to pay taxes, just like everybody else. I want something more. Alright, now I'm gonna go boing down there. Zoot! This is some pleasant music. I like it in here. Oh, it's a friendly box.
Who dares enter Boss Boom Box's hold? I've hidden my jigsaw, you...
Wait, I'm reading, dude. Hey! Let that fella read. I couldn't read it, you guys. I'm sorry. Big egg. Don't like those. Hey, whatever works. Should have gone around him. Man, these eggs are super effective against this guy. I love the, yeah, whenever you fart them out, it also does it, like, in a delay because of how they bounce. That's really powerful. Look at that. You could just abuse it, right? Can't you just sit here? Oh, no, it splits into multiple boxes. Oh, great. Did they turn into, like, real TNT boxes at the end? Snack some more eggs. They sounded like they're in a lot of pain. Maybe I should be just shooting straight at him, just blasting. Oh, wait. Ah, it's so confusing. The camera angle. We've only got 40 eggs left. This guy's about to be mostly dead. Oh my gracious, there's more. Maybe not just eggs. There's more! Oh my gosh. Alright, well, you can definitely kill those. I wonder if you can kill these guys with that. You definitely can, but it's way harder, I think. I don't know what my health is like, but I think I'm doing alright. There we go. Now we're blasting.
Screaming in pain.
Oh, wait, hey, back off, Buster. Boom. Boxing match. No! Not Boxing Day again. We don't celebrate Boxing Day in America. This game must have been made in a foreign country. Jiggies! Hey, it's Local Exon! Local Exon, good morning.
Nice. We did it. We killed all them boxers. They didn't stand a chance. They didn't stand a chance. I'm gonna sing you a country song, Local Exon.
My wife. Where do we go? Where do we go? How do you like the game so far? How are the controls? On the Switch, pretty good. Pretty dang good. It's definitely, I mean, it's definitely an old game. But I think that they did the best with it. I mean, I was also playing, I'm also playing with a Pro controller. So the analog stick is good. I bet it's a billion times better than a Nintendo 64 controller. So that's great. But, yeah, I mean, I think it's a really faithful recreation of the game from all that I've heard. So yeah, it's got all the flaws and all the good parts as well. But yeah, it is really nice to not have to use a Nintendo 64 controller. I'd say the worst controller Nintendo ever made. Yeah, I'd stand by that. I'd probably rather play on a Wii U controller. No, I would definitely rather use a Wii U controller, pretty sure. Have you peer-reviewed research to back up your claim about the Pro controller versus Nintendo 64? Listen, we need hard evidence. The hard evidence is that the Nintendo 64 is one of the worst controllers ever made for any console. Any mainstream one, anyway. You won that fight fair and square. Fair and square, eh? I guess I agree. Envy Ash, how are you doing? What's up? Oi, oi, oi. Envy friendos. No. It's Ash. I hope you're doing well, Ash. I'm suffering. So glad to share that with you. This game's really hard. Let's see. We've already been in that building, but I think that there may have been a Jinju in there. I don't know about that building though. I don't think you can get in there. 'Cause it ain't got glass windows. It ain't got the windies. It ain't got the windies that we need. Windies. Windows for dinner. And he's sliding. I don't think that that's the way. So there, the anchor was something I was suspicious of earlier. It's like kind of moving. Just look at it. Something's up. Something's up down there. Look at it. It's just kind of wiggling on the seabed. Wonder if there's something that I need to do on the boat first. If not, I'll dive off the boat and risk my life. Most joysticks on the OG Nintendo controllers are now broken. Yeah, and I know that they hurt hands. What's up, down? It's exactly the same as up dog. And somewhat in the same vein as Ligma. Boing, boing, boing. Ooh, gold feather. Nice. Excuse me, sir, you suck. Actually, nice shot, dude. Thanks. You knocked me right over to the acre. What's up, dog? Not much. Thanks for asking. I don't know. I'm trapped! Help! Get this thing off Snorkel! How do I help Snorkel, though? It's sad. How do I help? It's struggling. Listen to it struggle. It's sad. Oh no. And we died, dude. We freaking drowned. He's had his mouth out of the water, dude. He had his mouth out of the water. Did you see him? Oh no, the humanity. I was so sad about the dolphin. I got distracted. I think there might be a way to lift that anchor up here. Have you played ukulele in the impossible layer? I have not played ukulele. I don't know. I don't know about that game. I'm sus. I'm sus of that game. Looks like another one of them Kickstarter games. Another one of them failed Kickstarter games. Oh, not the first one? Oh, I didn't know that they made a second one now. I didn't know that they made a second one. Maybe they made improvements. Hey now. Oh, was another Kickstarter game? I mean, not all Kickstarter games are bad. Like a Shovel Knight. That's a good game. Maybe there's another code. Can we even input another code? Let's see. I think it'll be more obvious than that. I don't think so, because it didn't say green, right? Yeah, I don't think you can do another code. This guy is very tiresome. Let's try killing him. The frick? What? He can kill you while you're invincible? Guys, is this baloney? What is happening? Somebody explain this to me? Why can he kill you whenever you're invincible? That's baloney. They've taught us that it will defend you against everything. But not that? I love Shiny. How are you doing? What's up? Oi, oi, oi. It's good to see you, Norwegian friendo. How's it going? How's it going? Is it already Monday? It isn't Monday over there, is it? No, it's still in like the late night, right? Oi, oi, oi. Shiny, what you doing up so late? It's good to see you. Beep boop. Actually, if we want to save this dolphin. Oh, it's only 2 a.m.? Oh, never mind. That's nice and early. Still plenty of time for fun. Oh, you're getting sleepy. It's almost bedtime.
It's almost bedtime, Sleepy. I'll tell you a nice bedtime story. Once there was an ugly barnacle that was so ugly that everybody died. The end.
One of the only enemies that can't be killed. Didn't know that it could hurt you like that. Yeah, that sucks. One of the only ones, though. Well, I guess I can accept it. Is that Mayox the White? Are you a wizard? Wait a second. Do we have more wizards in the chat? If so, that is incredible. More wizards, more wizards. One of my favorite kind of people. Mayox the White. Or I may be completely off. There's a skull in the oven. Oh my god. Stupid bear, you'll have to learn that red hot ovens tend to burn. Oh, look, bread ovens. Look, I already knew that. I already knew that, Witchy. I was just testing to see how toasty it was. I was kind of cold. Big fridge. Hi. Kill him. Eggs in the fridge. Big find. Suspicious. Hey, I was ready for that. I pre-attacked. I preemptively attacked. Meow X? Meow X? Like, then X, like, X. Whoa. Hang on now. My girl Grunty telling it like it is. Excuse me. Grunty is the enemy. We're not gonna allow for sedition. And this kitchen is kind of cooking up some nonsense, I'd say. I thought that there might be an anchor thing in here. All we got was eggs. Eggs? Freaking eggs for dinner? Can't open this door. Huh. This might just be like a... I mean, this is a cool room. Oh, well, we also got a skull. We could hop in another oven. Nope, nothing to see there. And notes? Yeah, that's true. Maybe this is just like kind of a... Wait a second. You can't even get out of here. Never mind. Thank you for the raid, Ryla. What's up? Welcome in. How was your game? Ooh, Persona 5. I see. Persona. Another game I gotta try someday. Just another game in the library. It's good to see you, Ryla. I hope you enjoyed your streams. Thank you for the raid. Oi, oi, oi! I am suffering from Banjo-Kazooie. Don't cook Kazooie. Nothing wrong with a little bird salad. So there's a dolphin down there. I can't do that many abilities in water. From the dolphin, you should travel up the chain. That's a good idea. Yeah, there's probably a hole in the hull. Hole in the hull. Let's save this Dolphinio. Dolphino Plaza. Gotta yank this crank. You gotta get out of the oil water because you suffocate whenever you swim in oil water, if you weren't aware. What? I did the preemptive thing. Okay, watch this. Wait, rascal. Okay, that was maybe a little early. There we go. That worked half the time. Pretty good. These boys in here? Ignore them. Hi, hi. Hi, hi. The dolphin is pretty cute. Thanks, guys. I found this earlier. It's yours. It went well. A few hiccups, but otherwise all right. Like actual hiccups? I don't think anybody minds if you hiccup on stream. You mean, I'm sure that you mean like errors or something. I've been having a few hiccups myself. My whole audio thing's busted. Yahoo! Yeah, the dolphin is adorable. I do like it. I mean, I like IRL dolphins too. Dolphins are pretty cute. I have got the pet dolphins before, and they are adorable. Adorable and so rubbery. Like they have... Dolphins have like a feel to them, or like a material that doesn't feel like it would be on a living creature. Like it feels artificial. Material feels artificial, but they still move around squawking. They're kind of jerks. That's true, but they're pretty adorable as well. Like if you've ever gone to like pet a dolphin petting, they're pretty cute. I'm just gonna get the land really quick just in case, because I don't want to die for this Jiggy. Instead, we'll dive in, we'll go deep, and over my head I want to be... Oops, wait. I think diving off here is probably the fastest way to it. Down we go. Gotta schmoove. Gotta schmoove on it. Zoot. There we go. Alright, back up. Most important, get to the surface, then we fly across. Because you suffocate even whenever you can breathe air. There we go. All right, we didn't die for the Jiggy. Now, are Jinjos the last one? Nope, there's still one more besides a Jinjo. So if you collect all these weird little goblin things, then you get a puzzle piece, but there's one more. We already beat the box brother. We got the anchor. Anchor's away. brethren. Can't go in this building from the ceiling. But I've already been through there, haven't I? I don't remember leaving behind any puzzle pieces. There's Jinjos everywhere. Let's wait, we can't do this. There's some areas you haven't been to yet. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm just thinking about where they would lead. Well, for one, well, there's a Jinjo right over there, but just the Goblinos? Yeah. Sneaky one on the boat, eh? I think I want to make it up to that top hat. I don't know if I definitely can't swim that far. That's too far. I think I need to go on the crane. On a crane ride. Crane ride, big slide. If I can get the puzzle piece on board, then I will also get the Jinjos on board. And we can come back out here and grab the rest of them. If we're lucky, if I don't die. Depends on how tough this puzzle piece is. We're getting close. We're getting close. Golden feather. Good moment. Whee. All right. Hey, Slimy Salamander, what's up? You just finished all of Legend Arceus? You have completed the Pokedex? Holy crap. Oh my gosh, Slimy Salamander, that's so impressive. That's incredible! Goodness gracious. Slimy, how many hours did that take you? How many hours do I have ahead of me? That's crazy. Let's go up here and get a bird's eye view. Get up here and see what's going on. But definitely a bunch of notes. Notes to the editor. I still haven't played any Arceus off of stream yet. I need to get into that. Because collecting the Pokemon seems so fun. This game's brutal. I can never, the thing that's funny about retro games though is that I can never shake the feeling that they're for children. Like, I respect that there's games like maybe Dark Souls that are like made for, I guess, young adults and adults. But like, I don't know, because of how wholesome games were back then, there are no kids games in my mind, and there are no adult games. It's just all retro. So this just looks to me like a child's game that's beating my buns. It's just a kid's game that's beating my butt. There's definitely kids that beat this game. Yet it's handing both of my buns to me. Look at this. What's all this? Have I been up here? Did I already get what was here? Maybe there was an Ecom Bokum up here. You're like 10 when you beat this game? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Kids beat these games. So in my mind, this is just a kid's game that's beating me. Oasty! Hey! Ecom Bokum. Ecom Bokum. It's good to see you, Oasty. Hello! Oasty. Well. What do we have here? Yeah. Did you 100% this as a 10-year-old, Alchemic? What?
I've just been a god gamer since day one. That's some baloney.
I bet you there's something in these crates, though. Kids can beat any game.
Is that true? These boxes are a little sussy. Looking a little sussy. We might have to crack one open.
Yeah, maybe we can bird up.
No, no birding up, unfortunately.
Obsty! How's your day been? Hiya.
Hello.
My squished head. Boing. Yeah, what about going up here? What's going on in this? Ooh, Ekum Bokum indeed. What they lack in finger dexterity they make up for in free time. That's true. I used to play games more when I was a kid, I think. There's definitely stages in my life when I was significantly younger and played much more game. I destroyed this before. Maybe there is an ability that I'm not thinking of. There's just so many boxes. It's very bouncy too. I've seen kids running at full speed hit the floor and bounce like a handball. I have seen that too. Kids, their bones are flexible. Even their bones are flexible. Like they can literally have like things that easily would break a human's bones, but it doesn't because their bones aren't brittle yet. Their bones are squishy. That's why their teeth are so mushy too. It's crazy, dude. You miss rubber bones? Oh no! Oh, Steve, did you break another bone? Did you break your bone again?
Dang it. Dang it. Is it this?
I mean, it is glass. Glass do be kind of suspicious. There's also all these windows. I mean, they don't look breakable though. Stupid thing scared me half to death. They are breakable. Regardless of their appearance, they are certainly breakable. Who leaves feathers on the bed? Come on, man. That's not what feather pillow means. Kenny eating his words for 20 minutes straight. Go-huh? 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 Was it only that one? Was it only that window? Okay, well, we got the piece, so that means that we could go for the Jinjos. Oh, gotta take care of the Bun Bun. Gotta go put the bunny room back together. All right. Take care of the baby. The baby bunny. The baby bunny we all know and love. Goblino time. Oh yeah, it's Goblino time, 100%. I'm gonna go for the outer Goblinos first, I think. Partially because I haven't gotten them in a little while. Goblinos and notes. Now, if I don't get every note, we may give up. But if we get close, then we're gonna go for it until we die. But getting every note is not gonna be a requirement for this playthrough. Help! Dude, the camera sucks. Oh, God. The camera. Oh my God. Come on, swim, dude, swim! What's wrong with you? Holy crap, we're dead. Oh, dude. That was way too close. No! Hey, Small Bean Streams, what's up? I'm dying out here. I'm dying out here. I'm getting married out here. I found the love of my life out here. Oi, 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 oi. Small bean. One small bean. One small bean for us. Giant dinner for people that are really hungry.
Feed the troll, the toad. A toll for the troll. Marriage for all.
That's the platform I'm running on.
Marriage for all.
You could definitely just dive in the water and grab that, but I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not following for the propaganda. I don't know if there's a Jinju in here. I cannot remember. The PO's not, but there are notes. Notes as heck. Hashtag noted. There's nothing on this box, dude. It doesn't exist, dude. Did the... I don't... is it just those notes? Maybe we could search from the other side. I'm happy you're streaming right now. Last time I watched you, I fell asleep. Aww. Oh, you're so sweet. Small Bean. I'm glad that you enjoyed the background noise. That's so sweet. I'm glad that it's nice and relaxing and it can put you to bed. I personally always listen to people talking whenever I go to bed. It is soothing for me. I like this. I like this people talking thing. Sometimes I'll watch a YouTube video. Sometimes it's ASMR. Sometimes it's just like normal commentary. I think I fell asleep listening to the Illuminati last night. Or did I? I can't remember. I try to keep the bedtime listening light, but sometimes I don't.
Like, tell me about the scandals. Tell me about the scandals so I may dream of Chick-fil-A.
I could go up there and get an extra life, but we only need one life. The one that we have, because we're gonna finish this level. Yahoo! Okay, we should probably go this way. This is the fastest way out. You mean Blair? Yeah, the Illuminati. Blair. I've enjoyed her videos a fair bit. I initially did not enjoy her videos. Initially, I was like, I don't like this. I don't get it. But now I do. Needed more bread too. Okay. We got a Jinjo. And I guess we can just go. I mean, might as well. Let's get out of here. No! Frick! No. Only got one life left? Ah, don't matter. Don't matter, we're about to finish. Yahoo! Snacker, is that the name of the shark? That is way too cute of a name for a shark. I don't believe it. Don't believe the propaganda. His name is Satan. And he will be addressed as such in my stream. It's entirely possible. Dang it. Kind of just slipped off that edge. Slippery slope, y'all. Oh! Acid! Wait, you can't escape there! No! We're gonna live. Watch us live. Watch me live my best life. Yes. Now we gotta get some health. Oh yeah, this is the button to change that. The thing. Fall industry. A boom! Nice. Okay, I think I've been up here. Have you gone past the metallic shark? Yeah, we did the metallic shark one. Okay, there's definitely Jinjos on the way here. Let's just pay the troll his toll. You gotta pay the troll toll. Hey, hiya, Marigold. Nice to meet you. Hello. I'm gonna pass over this bridge real quick. Your energy is so good. Oh, you're so sweet. I'm glad that you're enjoying the streams. Having you on the background. Hey, I'm glad. I'm glad that I'm helping you with whatever you're up to. Are you cleaning the house? Making some food? Studying? Being? Glad that you enjoy some shenanigans. Some absolute shenanigans. A little bit of I'm dead. Okay, I think if I just stand still, then I can get him. I'm still working on it. Come on now. Ooh, get that. Oh, hi there, Saria? Is that how to say your name? Hi there. Saria, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm out! I will open the beehive, but I'll do it at the end. Give uppies. Please give uppies. No! Oh my god. I'm almost dead. Oh my goodness gracious. I was so close to death. That is not good. I need you to pop out though. You really? Is this the one? Is this been dead? Did I kill this? I killed it. Air! Oh my gosh. I killed it. I was being so careful. I'm nervous, alright? I don't want to die. We've already collected, well, I guess we've only got 58 notes, but still. On this level, that means a lot, alright? Alright, I'll just help you out by telling you that. This way first. So that we can go, oh, I missed it. To this stage.
Oh, bother. Oh, bother, I just wanted some honey. Oh, bother, Christopher Robin.
Oh yeah, there's one more over here. You know, you may be able to crack into that middle one from the top. If I were a Jinjo hider, that's where I would put it. Also, I'm pretty sure that these guys can blast you. Where's that box at? Get birded. Bird up. Oh, there we go. Bye-bye, Boxy. No. My name is Boxy is here. Ouch. That hurts. That injures me. Oh, another life. Well, well, well. Boing, boing. All right, sweet. This container seems a lot bigger on the inside. There's your extra life. Yeah, I think we actually picked up a couple now. Right? Yeah, now we've got 2 more, and I wasn't even looking for them. This, well, well, well. What do we got here? The secret box. Ah, we have not been in here. We would have gotten that skull for sure. Never even been in here before. Kill. Driven to kill.
Okay.
Hey, you just wasted one of my lives. No. What? There's only one left. We already know where they all are. We got him. We got him, you guys. We got him. Pretty sure that the last one's just along a difficult little walking path. I think we got it. Also, hi, Kestrel Bun Buns. Alright, I think that's this room cleared. Hi! Oh, I cannot wait to, hi! I can't wait for the new Kirby game. That I will take a slight break from the retro games to play that. Hi! Can't wait to turn into Kirby Car. Beep beep. Kirby car coming through, honk honk. Oh, we'll see you later, Floggy. Have some good rest. Good luck with tomorrow.
Whatever tomorrow holds, good luck.
Give me new Curb, indeed. Can Nintendo just like release some early copies for their biggest fans? AKA me and Opes.
The Kirby with the dumpy.
It's true, Kirby, whenever he swallows that car,
His butt grows 3 times the size. It's quite amazing.
do be chomping down on that car.
Delicious.
Alright, I think the fastest way over there is to go by Crane. By Crane. It's the new Kirby Odyssey. I mean, to be fair, my friend pointed this out last night. I mean, Odyssey stole Kirby's thing. Odyssey stole the idea of your main character taking on other like creatures' abilities. Like Odyssey stole that from Kirby. That's been Kirby's shtick forever. But it's true. It did make me think of Odyssey. But Odyssey ripped Kirby off. Kirby did it first. All right. Why does it look like your character's parents are Godzilla and Crash Bandicoot? What? Have you never seen Banjo-Kazooie before? He's just a friendly bear. I think that he looks a little bit like the bears in the Country Time Band. Is that the name of that? Were the Country Time Bears? Was that show from Disney? Was that? It was a stage show? I thought that he kind of looks like one of them. I don't know. Kind of janky looking.
Kind of janky. I like him.
Okay. This is tough. All right, there we go. No! Yes! Nice recovery. Oof.
That was close.
All right, we're flying in. There we go. You got a limited edition Banjo badge. Ooh, Banjo badge. There's only 1,000 in existence? Dang. Small bean, that's rad as heck. That is rad as heck. Also, hi, Lemonberry. What's up? Oi, oi, oi. Lemonberry's here.
All right, now the party can start. Now the party's getting started. Lemonberry's here.
Woo. All right. Last Jinjo. Last one, we got this. A little bit of preemptive attack. Great to see you. Star Gamer. Hey, Jinjo!
Go huh?
We did it!
10 pieces.
All right. Nice. Now it's just time to see if we can find all them notes. There's still 40 of them. 40!
Shucks.
Go huh? But we got all the pieces. That means that we can definitely go to the last level. Or the second to last? Second to last level. Nice. Yahoo! Hi, Kenny. Hope you're doing well today. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. It's been a good day.
A good day to be a nerd.
All of my subjects have been so reasonable. I say that we blow this up just in case. It may seem aggressive to you, but trust me. I don't think that there's any notes down there. About Kirby, you think it's the level design? And the aesthetic. Well, that might be true. But I think I'd have to play it to really, like... I think I'd have to play it to be sure about that. Well. What do we got here? We got a scrangly switch, or whatever her name is. I think we can make that from here. Rick! We are so close! we already killed this?
Now happy and
Maybe jump from the rope?
no.
Well, I don't know.
Better safe than sorry. Kaboom!
Fluffy squirrel.
Violence.
That's not a squirrel. That's a cat.
Got my mascot.
Almost fell in. No. Oh, gracious. What's the way the camera follows Kirby? I mean, yeah, it might be in the same engine, to be fair. I don't know. I don't know how Nintendo works. Wow. Wow. Let's go. Super Dario. Okay, now this is harder to get on this board. There we go. Perfect. Right on the money. Boom. What'd I do though? Oh yeah, because there's a secret switch. Is it one switch in every level that unlocks a secret piece in the overworld? So there's nothing there. Let's get down from here. Ow! That was too far? Was that too far? Grab these. So all the notes, that's all that we need. All we need is notes. I'm gonna check the control room. Pretty sure that the gear area is gonna kill me, but that's alright. It's alright because we already got a lot of notes naturally in getting the puzzle pieces, so you know, if we fail, then that's fine. I don't see notes in the middle, but they might not spawn from here. Still need to hit this switch just in case. I mean, surely they're in there. Okay. Yeah. So there's 4 there. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, like maybe there's like 4 on each side, so maybe 12 in there. Not sure. We should check everywhere else. Check everywhere else first before I go in that cavern of doom. Of doom, I say. But, boing, boing. Let me see. I don't think that we checked all the outside areas. I remember another room that we haven't gone to. Let's meander our way over there. Over there, little bear. Danger. Yeah, I'm surprised that I forgot this because I picked up the Jinjo over here, but I don't think I went into this building. Pretty sure I didn't. I probably would have remembered that. Yahoo! Alchemic, you seem to know the game very well. When was your last playthrough? Last year. Haha! You are all up to date. That's fresh knowledge. There we go. You more of a speedrunner type or more of a completionist? Oh, definitely more a completionist. I've never done a speedrun of a game before, but I am very intrigued by the community and everything. I do love watching speedruns and hearing speedruns explained, but I'm not really good enough at any games to do that with, unfortunately. I am not even close to a competing level at any game. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, I don't see any notes in here. But, I mean, feathers are always nice. I should look down in that water, though. All I see are feathers. Yeah, okay, there's no notes in here. Oh, I have some notes for you. I have some notes on your exam. You got some issues with your thesis. Gotta clean up your act, boy. What? What have I done? What did I do? Local accent, that's so vague. It's so vague and clearly inaccurate based on no information whatsoever. That's hardly evidence. Oops. Here we go. Oy, 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 oy. going. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Get up there. Alright. Cleared that building. We cleared all that. Let's see. Did we go in there? I do not remember. Yeah, because we smashed the window. Yeah, we smashed the window. Can't go in that one. Already swam down. Well, went around there. I'm pretty sure we got everything that's not on the ship. Unless there's notes that I haven't found yet. I played the game when I was younger, but I've watched it a ton. I know a bit too much. Though, can there be too much Banjo? I don't think so. This game's really fun. And I've got no nostalgia for this game. I'd never played this game in my life until it came out for Switch. And, I mean, it was always on my radar. Like, I knew about it. I'd seen some gameplay of it, and I knew that it was supposed to be good, but I had never played it. So, no nostalgia here. This game is lots of fun. And it's really well made. Like, I think it holds up really well. I mean, it's janky and slidey, but it's still really good. Ah, hey, pretty rude. Pretty rude if you ask me. Let's see. Could have swore there was like... Let's see. I know that there's like 12 notes down there. Let's... Oh, wait, no, don't return to game. I wanted to check. I got all the power-ups, right? The like health things? Yeah, I did. Okay. Still 25 left. I know for a fact that there's 12 in there. Ah, I forgot about this. Boom. We're breaking in. Oh, wait, no, this is the place. No, this is the place I was just describing. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. No. Yeah, that's a danger room. Danger room. Let's see, we went to the control room, but I don't think we went down this chute. Did we? I don't think so. We could also look for other windows to break. There might be another room that doesn't have anything but notes. Oh, yeah, we got some notes in here. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love going back to rooms I've already been in because I died since I went to this room. Feels good. Are you just gonna explode? Right? You just gonna explode? Did that hit him? I couldn't tell by the sound effect. Hey! What is this emote? It's a baby emote. It's the same thing that's on the screen. It's a baby. Oh. Oh. He's got a little squirrel doll. Adorable. Oh, what happened to my game? Oh, there we go. Baby. One baby, please. I did not ask for that art, by the way. Can I adopt him? I know, he's so cute. Of course you may. But you have to share. Boing. Pretty sneaky. Oh, you suck. Dang it. You do the engine room last. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, thank you for confirming the 12 notes. Yeah, I want to do that last because if I die, I'm not going to pick up these notes again. We're going to move on to the next level. Maybe sometime I'll go back and clean them up. We're not gonna count it. Because we already didn't get all the notes in all the levels. But maybe we'll go back and clean them up. It kind of depends because Ocarina of Majora is coming out soon. So I do wanna play that whenever it comes out. And I don't even think that we can finish Earthbound before that comes out. I don't think that's gonna happen. So if it's 12, then there's 8 more? Well.
The window did kind of have a different look about it. It did kind of have a shine and a shimmer. So maybe we'd be able to spot it. For the second playthrough! I mean, we could play Ocarina of Time again, but I really want to play Majora's because I've never played it before. Morka Jorka? No! The Morka Jorka double stream. Ooh, that looks breakable. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, you mean for this? Oh, no, we're gonna beat this, don't worry. We'll get every note. I know the tricks for the engine room now. You got this. Get every note. Up on the bed. Hop up top. There's just a guy up there and feathers on every pillow. Whoa, hey now. Hey now. Who put this up? Whose art is this? Huh? Well. Oh. Pretty sure that you missed notes for Mad Mansion? I think so. I wouldn't be surprised. Furry confirmed. What? No, he's made of fur. What do you mean? He's allowed to like other furry creatures. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with that. Just a bear loving a bear. There ain't nothing wrong about that if you ask me. Me? For zooming in? I just thought it was funny. In a kid's game. But so what? What if I was a furry? What if I was a furry? What then, huh? What then? I've got furry friends. Yeah, sorry, sucker. Did I hear furry? Oh no. Who said? No. Did they hide the Ikumbokum behind the wall on the bed? Because that's evil. Did they? Look like so. I don't think so. I don't think that happened. Boing. I got one? What? I didn't even notice. You heard that Ikumbokum. I think that was me. Not gonna lie, I assumed you were a furry. I mean, I'm not, because I don't own a fursuit. Isn't that the requirement? Isn't the requirement of being a furry wearing a fursuit or having a fursuit? Like, I've got a Eevee onesie. No? I thought that you had to have a fursuit to be a furry. Don't? Oh, thank you, lookalikes. Clip it. Oh, you need a persona. Oh, well, I don't have a persona. No, that's not a persona. Alchemic? You're showing that you don't know what a persona is. That's Squirrel's not my persona. No, I don't personify Squirrel, and I don't use that as a character that I am. I use it as a mascot. Like, I don't pretend to be Squirrel. That's not a persona. That's just a character mascot. Squirrel is merely a mascot, yes. There is a difference. It's a very thin one, but it matters. It's a very thin one. I think I went down here. Poor cat. Oh no, not the cat. The cat's back. Squirrel is an enigma. Is it Earl? Is it a squirrel? Who knows? Boing. Boing. Denial. Guess for fun buns. I don't have a negative view of furries. I have friends who are furries. I think furries are great. Furries are great, and they are welcome here. I think being a furry is kind of cool, TBH. Seems like fun, but I am not one. Oh. Anyway, where the frick are these notes? Are you sure that there's only 12 in here? Are you sure? Because it's what, 4 on each one? So it's 4 on the 2 sides and then 4 in the middle? I mean, that makes sense. That's what I remember. So let me think. We've already been up to smokestacks. Pretty sure that we already, so we're looking for a group of 3, I think.
No, we're looking for a group of 4. So there was a group over there. There's a group over there. Pretty sure that we checked all 3 of those. There's no notes on top of the cranes. There's ones on these pathways that we already got. I don't think it's outside, maybe. Maybe there's another window. We should check. Okay, this window's been broken. Maybe there's another one. We did find 2 secret windows, though. No notes over this toll thing. I think it's only Ikum Bokum. If someone made you a fursuit of squirrel, a fursuit? Dude, do you have any idea how expensive that would be? Holy moly. If somebody made a onesie, that would be so cool. Like a purple onesie with the squirrel stuff, I would wear that in a heartbeat. That'd be my favorite onesie. But yeah, an actual fursuit, I mean, that'd be pretty dope too. I mean, I might wear it to like an event or something. That would be cool. But I don't think to me, it's like the designing of your character and everything, and then like making a suit. I feel like that's all kind of like part of the same process that makes it worth it. Like real furries are gonna like take full advantage of that. They'll actually like go out and make it worth that money. I probably wouldn't. I'm not antisocial, but I don't go out that much. I don't know if it would be worth it. Yeah, no, none in here. I already got this. Checking the pipes as well. This is evil. Just an evil man. He's a bad man. Oh wait, no, we already got the dolphin ones, right? Right? Didn't we? Or not? Did we not? Hey, Aphrodite, thank you for the lurk. It's good to see you. I hope you've been doing well. Thank you, Aphrodite. Alrighty, Aphrodite. Surely I already did this, right? I did it with this life. I did. I'm not even gonna check. I know I did. Can't be going crazy out here. Yeah, check all the pipes. I thought I checked them all. Is there a pipe that I didn't? It's 4. It's 4 more notes. It's 4 more notes that we don't know where they are. I just wasted a golden feather. Are you sure? Yeah, because we freed the dolphin. We freed the dolphin. We did that with our last life. We haven't died yet. That's why we got so many. Gosh darn it. There we go. I mean, there were notes right here, but I think that was notes 3. Notes of 3, let them be. Notes of 4, play some more. Notes of 5, dead alive. Notes of 6. Okay, wait. I think we're just gonna go back. Yeah. You think that there may be another pipe? Oh, another one, eh? We'll have to take a look, won't we? We have to take a look. See how many we can. Oh, freak! It's alright. It's alright. We'll make it. There's a thing over here. Scary though. I really don't like this design. This design choice of just having basically like poison water. It's like poison water everywhere, and if you fall into the water, then you have to like find one of the ladders to get out. It's really stressful. I don't like it. Alright. Boy. Back onto the boat. We're so close. And also the notes are so difficult in the engine room. Like I just need to find these stinking notes because this may be for nothing. God, come back. Whee! Alright. Apparently there's another pipe. That's boss. Ooh. That window a little sus. Oh! That did not look like I went in the window. Well. Y'all go away. Look, I know y'all are feigning. Oh! I know that y'all are feigning kindness, but nobody believes you. Get egged. Get absolutely egged. Get destroyed. No. No highs. Oh, dang it, I'm out. I'm out of eggs. Get him. Skid him. Skid him, sonny. There we go. All right. Ekom bokom. Yes, indeed. Gotta get to ekom bokom. Nice. All right. Room cleared. Sweet. Okay. Now we go down to the engine room.
To the most frightful room on the entire level.
Oh boy. First try. Woo. So friendly. Give him a hug. Hi. You just want a hug. Everybody needs some loving. I want to know what love is. Alright, we got all the life, got all the health. Here we are, engine room. Oh no. Alright. This is all about patience, but also about tenacity. It's all about keeping your head on your shoulders and just going for it. Still it. There it is. What would be? This is the less of these that I have to pass through, the better. Easiest way to make sure that I get every note is go this way. Yeah, this is the easiest way, I think. Get nervous. It's because I'm gonna have to pass over this twice. The way that I'm thinking I'm gonna do it. I'm more confident in passing through this obstacle than through the fan. Fan is more suspicious. Oh, I don't have to go through that! Why did I just make that harder than it needed to be? You don't even have to do that. Oh my gosh. You don't even have to walk over here. I only want to go through one fan blade if I can help it. Oh my gosh. Alright. Makes the hard level harder. Alright, nice. This actually wasn't the easier way, because I could have skipped this. This one's way harder, in my opinion. But now we're over here already. Clean. Very nice. Just a little bonus. Welcome back, Lins. Hey! Puka's clean, showered, and got a little drinky. Sweet. Sweet biscuits. No! God dang it. No! No! That was it! What? It was slowed down. I turned it on in the office. The office slows those down. Doesn't slow down them both, does it? This is 4 notes away. We're not gonna get it. We're not gonna get it. No freaking way. We gotta go to a new level before I lose my mind. You don't need both of them to slow it down. The only one that slows down the middle ones is in this control room, and I did hit that. If you don't hit this control room button, then it doesn't slow them down at all, and they just spin like crazy. Look, they just go and zoom. They don't slow down, ever. See that? Now if I hit this button, and they do that. And that's what they were at. The 2 fan buttons in there are for slowing down the rotors at the back of the ship. But yeah, starting over, a little brutal, isn't it? Yeah, a little brutal. Little rude. Click clock wood, here we come. I've heard a lot of people say that this next level is their favorite. So I'm looking forward to that. I want to see what all this fuss is about. The fan on the right side goes the slowest if I recall correctly. Really? They don't even go as fast as one another? They're not even consistent? Great. Incredible. Incredible game. Okay, we're gonna find Click Clock Wood, and I think I'm gonna get some coffee. Oh! Oh! Let's see. I think you need to exit through down there. It's kind of a long way to swim, though. If we gonna make it. How much air this barren bird got? Yahoo! We're zooming. You got plenty of air. You could swim for eternity. Coffee time with a beef stick. I unfortunately have eaten all of the beef sticks. There are no more beef sticks to what? Oh yeah, we unlocked this because we hit the green gots button or whatever it's called. Oh, it may have been trapped behind here and then it blew out. It went. No beef sticks? Why live? Well, I mean, live for another beef stick, you know? When life hands you no beef sticks, just keep earning, keep living so that you can have beef sticks later. Alright. Boy on. Whoa! Holy mackerel, 640 door? Whoa! Tentacles! Sweet! Ow! Ow! Yeah! Ow! What is this? A bull. Hello. Oh yeah, you can't kill them. Okay. What is it? The trees? Tree? Leave that good boy alone. Well, you can't kill him, can you? 765. We've got that? Nice. What is this? What is this? The bonus zones? Is this where I unlock Banjo-Kazooie? Gambling. What is this? What is this? Welcome all, Grunty's the name. Banjo's here to play my game. I don't want to do the end right now. I can just leave this level, right? Traps and trails, test you'll see. Me win when Banjo fails, I'll be thin.
The prize on this stand brings joy, from Tootie down to Cuddly Toy. My little quiz will make you sweat, and Tootie you shall never get. But somewhere soon along the way, your lack of skill will make my day. 'Cause in the fiery pit you'll go, and I will win the prize on show. So step on over to the square. Press A to try it if you dare.
Leave that sister behind. Man, we're out of here.
See you later, Tootie. Good luck. Get up, I need full power.
You can take the pot behind you. What? There was a pot? Oh, fiddlesticks.
Thought I had to quit all the way.
Now it would be smarter for me to go through the pot so that I'd have it available. Please go away. Stupid skull boy. Get out! You want her haircut? Me too. Flies away. Me too. We killed her. Worth it. Worth it. I want to do TikTok Wood. We collected too many musical notes. That's all there is to it. We should have never gone in there. Collected too many notes for this kind of shenanigans. Hey, Jessica, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Hope your Sunday's going good. We're chilling. We're banjoing. We're banjoing. Maybe a little bit of tooling. If this music would just go on forever, this is what I'd leave you with so that I could go get some coffee. Finally something worth it for Alchemic to spend points on. I mean, TBH, only planning more of such things. I found that the animation process was pretty fun, and I'm always impressed by what Leon Board can do. I don't think there's been anything that I thought that I could do with Leon Board that I couldn't. What's the most pleasant overworld music? I think it's pretty nice in here. I'll just get somewhere that doesn't have sound effects popping off. We'll kill this guy. You gonna head out? Hey, Marie Evie, it was nice to hang out with you. Enjoy the rest of your night. And I'll show your day tomorrow. How do I kill this sucker, though? Yeah, that's right. One egg kills the man? Gracious. All right, I'm gonna leave it right here. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a coffee. Gotta go get a coffee. You can even set mod-only commands. Yeah, it's really, really nice. In fact, I might make, right now I'm focusing on channel point things because I think it's so engaging and fun. And I like y'all being able to control it with the points you earn and everything. It's such a cool, never mind, it actually sucks. I regret implementing it, but I will eventually do like some special mod things that can be just done on command, but I didn't want anything that I work on right now to be more work for y'all, because there's a bunch of things that I can add that don't require any work. But anywho, I'm gonna go grab a coffee really quick. Be right back, and we'll play Talk Woods, whatever it's called. Where's the coffee image that I had? Maybe I can just put this in the way. No, I think it's this. There it is. Okay, I'll be right back. One more.
I fell up, baby.
Ooh, I'm actually making hot cocoa really quick. My question to y'all is, what's the ugliest bug? What's the ugliest bug out here? Also, Alchemic, are you going to bed? What? Oh, see you later. Get some sleep. What? Chat's so good about not telling people. What? Are you going to bed? If you're going to bed, then good night. Be right back. Oops, I realized that Alchemic probably wasn't leaving and was saying goodnight to somebody else. I'm back. I got the cocoa. Turn off this big old thing in my way. Poof. There we go. Yum, 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 yum. Oh, the screen brightness turned down. I had one headphone in. There we go. Ooh, 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 ooh. Got some cocoa. Can you see it? There it is. It's in the cup. Look, it's in there. I don't want to spill it directly onto my soundboard. Mmm. It's very tasty. It's very sugary though. Like not a flavor complaint, just it has a lot of sugar in it. I mean, it's like was it like 20 grams of sugar? I don't know. It's pretty good though. I made it with almond milk. It's very good. A little treat. I probably shouldn't be drinking coffee at this hour anyway. It's already 8:30. I probably shouldn't. Be a bad idea. Quit bonking me on the head. Is that the only thing that they do? I do like the idle animations in old games. Always more impressive. That kind of hot though. I'll probably let it cool down a little bit. Okay, TikTok Woods. I think I remember where it is. I'm already making a mistake. Let me see. Nope. That's a puzzle piece. I think that's like the first level or the second level. Go back to the room with all the water. Yeah, I think it's it's like to the left. Down there, right? Yahoo! There, boom. Did we delete all the smack talk? Did y'all tell me about the ugliest bug? Centipedes are super ugly. I do not like centipedes at all. Let me see, what other bugs? Also, for ugliest bugs, probably Jerusalem cricket or sun scorpion. Well, scorpion is an arachnid, but I'll allow it. Sun scorpion. Oh, I'm gonna look up both of these. Ew, Jerusalem cricket, yuck. Yucky. Not dinner time bug. Not a bug that you want to see at dinner time. That's yuck. Sun scorpion. Looks kind of like a spider. What the heck? Oh, it says sun spider. Sun spider, camel spider, sun scorpion. Yeah, that's pretty ugly. Looks kind of like a spider though. I don't like it. Let me see. Anything else for bugs? I don't see any more bugs. You don't think any bugs are ugly. You don't like bugs, but you appreciate that the form that they take is so specific to their environment. There's everything. Then nothing's ugly. Nothing's ugly then. Everything's adapted. That's how nature works. Then nothing's ugly. You don't like Colorado potato beetles. Let me see. You said may not be the ugliest, but you saw too many of them at your last job. Oh yeah, food bugs. Any bug in food is immediately way worse. Yuckers. I would not want to see that in my flour. I don't think I see any ugly bugs. Let me see. Where their nasty bugs are out there. Centipedes, we don't like those. They're also called camel spiders. Yeah, they're yucky. Ugliest bug is Bugs Bunny. What, what in Big Chungus mode? Is that what you're thinking of? What do you mean? Rat mice? Oh, a rat mite. Oh no, not a mite. Let me see. What does a rat mite look like? Ew, they're tiny. I don't like tiny bugs because they're impossible to tell where they are. Silverfish are actually the worst. I think that silverfish are just like that beetle, where you only don't like them because they get everywhere. Ugh. Silverfish are gross, but I think it's mostly, yeah, I think that's mostly the fact that they get everywhere. I don't think we're going the right way. I think I made a wrong turn. I think I made a wrong turn. Oops. No, up the witch head. Okay. Witch head. Boyong. Oh, up the hill? Really? So I've been to that room with the bull, huh? I didn't know that. I didn't know that I'd been in there before. All right, back in there. You hate seeing silverfish? Yeah, see, I would agree with that. Bugs where they don't belong are the worst bugs. Silverfish are the worst Minecraft mob? Is that true? Is that true? Do we hate that Minecraft mob? I mean, Okay, here's Big Witch. Big Witch energy. Silverfish, I mean, obviously we're ignoring, like, the Ender Dragon. It's not here? That was your first time to the room, but you went up to Grunty's game. Oh. So I had always interacted with the TikTok clock, like... I'd always seen, like, the puzzle rather... This is not the way. The puzzle rather... Dang it! Kill him. Kill that sucker. I probably should have charged him. But I'd always seen the, like, puzzle piece. The puzzle itself instead of the door. Oh, wait. Oh, this... It's easy to get turned around in this game. Again, the camera. Minecraft mob. I get really frustrated with creepers sometimes. They don't kill me often, but they ruin stuff. Like, they ruin buildings. And I like to build really outlandish buildings that attract creepers to, like, crawl under them and stuff. Very frustrating. Mirrodell, hey, it's good to see you. Oi, oi, oi. Mirrodell, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I love working with that big guy. Keep the doors coming, Charlie. I'm on a roll today. George and I are like brothers. 2319. But yes, I'm having a good day. I'm having a good time. Having a good time. No. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You know what also sucks? Baby zombies. They are way too fast. That is true. There's also what's the invisible zombies? Wait, this ain't the right way. Or is it? Or is it? Yeah, I don't remember. There's like zombie piglins or something that are invisible inside of a fortress or something. It's like or an obelisk or something. Oh, up. All right, up we go. You're looking forward to Friday? Ooh, what's happening on Friday? What's happening on Friday, Callie? You probably already told me. Look up mayflies in Ohio. They live for 3 days and they die and they cover everything. Why do I need to look it up in Ohio? Who cares about Ohio? I'm just kidding. My uncle lives in Ohio. Ew! Ew! That's why you look it up in Ohio. Ew! Lance, that's disgusting. Lance. No. Nobody looked that up. Aha! Where would I be without y'all's direction? Ooh, you can book them up there. Why do I live here? Because your parents live there and because you grew up there. That's a good enough reason. I question why I live in Texas all the time. Same answer. You can book them. Oh, he's up there. Hello. Hello. There might be another method for getting that one. A golden feather. Golden feather. Well. Can't get up there. Very late dinner. You went into ADHD mode and scrubbed your kitchen first. Oh no! The ADHD mode. Ah! See, I'm not diagnosed for ADHD, but I definitely got some of them tendencies they talk about. Just get whipped. Gosh darn it, no! I'm not gonna make it through now. Can you kill these? Oh. Oh, it actually pretty sweet. I should have just done that. I always forget about that ability. Kill him! Oh, I just knocked him out. He's fine. He's fine. Don't worry about him. Whoops. Oh, he's mad though. Oh. Eggs work too? Oh yeah, because I've definitely fought him before. Oh, you can't go through a leaf? You've not been motivated to clean lately? Oh no. Oh bother. Oh bother, Piglet. I've been a little bit motivated to clean, thankfully. But only recently. Sometimes I just look at my house and I'm like, my God.
My God, who lives here? Who can live like this?
Oh. That is not the expected solution to that. This all comes as a big surprise. Girl, you live like this? I've maybe been sent that meme by friends before. Oh, you gotta act it. Oh, so I did see the. Okay, alright. So I have been up there before, like one time. This is absolute witch of a sister. Gruesome Gruntilda's favorite pastime is flying radio-controlled bats. That is like the least foul thing that you've told me about your sister. Not gonna lie, I thought it was up here. This is where we end. So we unlocked the pedestal. Now we have to go to the pedestal. And then now we have to go back here. This is what we call padding. That's what this is called. Yeah, now I gotta go finish the puzzle. This is called padding. It's not the worst offense. And also this is pretty, it's a pretty tame example of it. Ow. Padding nonetheless. Ooh, you missed me. How bright they are, you're stupid. Hey, you be quiet, lady.
Hey, I'm a bear. What do you expect from me? I'm doing my best. I'm doing my very best.
Now we gotta go find that puzzle.
La Puselle.
That is a very sussy little fake word that I just made up. My very best. There's a warp nearby, but it's hard to find.
A warp, you say? It's too late now. Too late now. Give up. Give up, soldier. Put your gun down. Just give up. War's over.
And the violence causes silence.
Why is there two warps right next to one another? Okay, that's ice.
What about this? That's where we need to go.
Go up her chin. Up the chin into the mouth. Like reverse spittle. Wait a second. Oopsie's still in the house. It's true. Oopsie's still here.
We love
love old Steve. It's where the waterfall is? Oh, waterfall. We still got 33 pieces. We could build anything we want. It's next to Treasure Cove. Ashley. See, for some reason this map doesn't annoy me as much as Metroid Dread. Is there really any difference? Or am I just whiny? This doesn't feel that bad. I've heard that Banjo-Tooie has an even bigger map and that it's ridiculous to navigate. I've heard that everything's like more spread out and even the levels are more spread out. That kind of scares me. Not gonna lie, kind of terrified. Waterfall. This is the witch. This is the witch. Maybe we'll just kind of sneak back here. Yeah, sorry, I'm not buying your whole I'm a pretty little fairy that picks on my sister shtick. Sorry. If you're slinging that kind of tea 24/7. Wait, this isn't the way. This is the poison way. Skirt. That's the poison. Everything's bigger in Tooie. Not sure. What gets me is that the graphics in this game look so crisp. And it was amazing during its time, and it makes you feel old. I mean, to be fair, this is emulated, so it is crisper because of that. But, yeah, I think that you can definitely tell whenever, like, a technology is being used to its fullest extent. And I think that this is a good example of, like, limitations, them taking as much liberty as they can with the limitations. Making it as beautiful as possible. Close, I can smell it. What do we have here? Yeah, like all you need to do is just put a subdivision layer on this this whole game and it just looks a million times better. Kind of, actually not really. Smooth does not equal better. So we got some bonus pieces, eh? This cocoa's really good. I think it said it was chocolate drinking mix, but great, now we gotta walk back. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, game. Really love that. Love the commitment. Love the commitment to the bit. Back we go. I guess it is like one of the last levels. Did I send the peppermint one? Oh, it's peppermint. Yeah, it's got a little peppermint flavor to it. It's good. Milk free? I put it's milk free. Milk free mix, and then I just put it in almond milk. I milked a few almonds. I have a small almond dairy. I think it's up here. Yahoo! Wahoo! Peppermint makes everything better. Not true, but peppermint is delicious. See you later. I would love a peppermint in a boba, I'd bet. I assume any amount of milk will kill you. That's absolutely true, 100%. 100%. If a single drop gets on my skin, I actually explode, and it's kind of a bummer. I think it's up here. Oh wait, I can kind of zoom though. Boba. I mean, it's okay. Listen, you didn't try real boba. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you didn't get to try real boba. We had a bunch of weird, like, chews instead of a proper boba ball. All right, we're almost there. Just Send me on my way. Dum, 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 dum. Send me on my way. Send me on my way. Mm-hmm. Do, 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 do. Oh, gosh darn it. This guy's still here. Lactose and milk protein. It's milk protein. It's a milk protein allergy. It ain't just lacking toes that I've got. I like hands too. And fingers. I mean, those normally go together. But not always! I could imagine somebody's got a stumpy wrist with one finger. It's possible. Oh yeah, because you get to go to the same clock, but in different seasons. Wonder which season's first. Shucks. Springtime in Banjo Land. Oh, they're not even aligned with one another. And thus the backtracking begins. Is the bursting boba real bubble? Bubble? I just like the actual like little boba jellies, like the. Oh, it's kind of raining out here. I just like the round ones that are made with what, tapioca? Is that what they're made out of? Tapioca balls. That's what I want. You love the music? Ooh, I've used this as background music for sure. Yeah, tapioca pearls, exactly, yeah. Not just jellies. You gotta have the tapioca. Oh god, those are very small. Those are very small climbing spots. It seems like it'd be a really tough level to 100%. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do that tonight. I mean, we didn't do that on the last one. There's little beavers in the water. They're swimming. And the water's not poisoned. Yay! I'm betting this water is gonna be gone in subsequent levels. We just need to discover around. Oh, bet your plant grows here in the summer. Or maybe in the fall if it's a pumpkin. It's a big old pumpkin chunkin'. Big old chunkin' pumpkin. Yeah, the one today was the bursting ones, and it was strange. You were just eating gushers. You're just eating gushers in water. That's totally different. Okay, so we got some birdos. They're kind of going. That's where you learn to deal with them. It's giving me some slight Super Mario Sunshine vibes, just because you have to climb the like tower to see Petey Piranha. Frick, dude. Okay, I just don't know how to deal with them yet. Okay. Are all the music notes the same? I'm guessing that they're different. Everything. No instant death room here. That's nice. You know, I like not being killed immediately, but that's a personal thing. Oh, that's brambles. That's not good. That's not pleasant. Uh-oh, I'm kind of running out. Kind of running out of that health. This ain't looking so good for my boy Banjo. All right. What kind of creature can we become, Mumbo? Actually, I wonder if there's any, are there any goodies up above? Egg. Egg. A bunch of eggs, it looks like. Aegis. Aegis. Quarter pounder. A bumblebee. What? I get to be a bug? Aw. Look at him. Who's the ugliest bug? A bee. This is the ugliest bug in the world. I'm just kidding. It's adorable. With his little backpack, he's going off to bee school.
I'm going to be whatever I can be. I'm gonna be whoever I want. I'll study.
Aw, the whoo. Wow! Wow, we're flying. We buzzing. We buzz forever. Oh my God. He's the perfect aerial creature. Never thought being a bee would be perfect, but how do I cancel my flight? Let's figure it out. No, not that. Kind of a... Oh, I think we gotta land. It's a bee. What are you talking about? Everybody loves bees. There's a bee. Is that a trap? It's got like a trap. Ooh, there's a little fort over there. Ooh, clubhouse. I feel like it's gonna eat me. It's not just because it's got teeth. I want it. I like it. I love it. I want some more. Oh, what is this? Oh, this is descent. Hashtag descent. Oh! Come on, we got this now. Oh, come on now. Gosh darn it. Alright, this time. It's too low. You must believe it's Canard Jade. Hey, how are you doing? It's hard to do. I'm also scared. Yeah! Finally. Goodness gracious. It's hard to do depth perception in this game. Can I land? Am I landable? There we go. I want to hear him go, woo! Adorable. Look at the little baby. He looks kind of like a little dog with his nose. Something. He's kind of like a dog, maybe? Maybe? Or something. Looks like something cute. Ooh, a feather. A golden feather. My goodness, gilded. A gilded favor. I'm betting you can only be a bee on the... Yeah, what is this giant pulsating sack? Ooh, chip time. Yum, yum. Everybody get your chips. Ooh, that's the hive. We're hopping in. We'll fit right in. Hey, family. Bzz, hello, fat little bee. We Zubba are guarding Grunty's golden honey piece. We've been told there's a honey bear out there. Well, honey bear, we don't want anything to do with that. Now, it'd be a real problem if I was a honey bear, wouldn't it? Good thing I'm not. I'm just your average bee. A honey block. You already ate all your chips? Oh no! What kind of chips did you eat? Barbecue Lays? Although I do like some salt and vinegar, not gonna lie. Let's see. I'm just pressing some buttons, seeing what this bug can do. I can fly. That's for sure. That's an ability I've had. I'd land. Land, my boy. I'm encased. Maybe I have to do it in a different season. It's turning kind of chunky. Did I not stir this in well enough? Do not know. I am heading out. Kettle baked chips? Ooh, just so normal potato chips. Just potatoes, potato chips, some nice spuddies. One is never enough. Ooh, all right. Nice landing. All right, we got a Ekum Bokum over here. My little bee body. I love how he just, I love his little gait. He's a little waddle. It's adorable. Kind of waddling like Frank. Who's the guy that plays Frank in Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs? This kind of reminds me of Frank, just a little bit. Maybe I can pollinate something. Oh, you're snacking on salt and vinegar? Mmm, salt and vinegar's good. I never tried it when I was a boy. But my friends introduced me to it. Oh, we just gotta get to the top and speak to Robin Hood. Robin Hood! No! I'm a happy little bee! Happened to Robin the Rich. Shucks. We're gonna go in the store. Ignore Robin. He knows nothing of our bee life. See you later. Aw, squirrel.
Chomp, chew, nab nut likes acorns. I'll just eat a few more.
Adorable. Look at the baby. Okay, let me see if I can get a better view of this squirrel. Squirrely. Nom nom nom. It's not a cat. It's a squirrel. You fit right in this chat though. A baby. An adorable baby. All right, let's see. Got an Ekum Bokum in here. I really don't know how to like cancel this flight thing that well. I'm not good at it. I don't care about eggs. I'm a bee. Worker bees can't have eggs. I'm not even hungry enough for an egg. Look at this. This is the thing that we need to slam down, but I don't think that we can be a bee whenever we do that. We do be kind of dead, actually. It's kind of a bummer. 14. I mean, not a huge loss. I think we gotta get up there as a bear. But wait, I'm thinking about that hive. I don't think that you can get in that hive as the bear. Don't think that you can get in that hive because it's too small of an opening. So maybe that's in a subsequent season. Well, we can definitely. Oh, there's Ekum Bokum right there. Well, let's get the bear. We'll go to the top, hit the button, and see what happens. We can always make a expedient descent. Do we really have to get up there as the bear, though? Seems extremely difficult. Possibly not possible. Yeah, it is sad that Jinjo's reset. That is an odd thing. Because the pieces don't reset, but everything else does. I mean, I can kind of understand the note things. That's sort of like Mario and 100 coins, I guess. But the notes seem so much more important. They seem way too important to just take away after one death. I don't know if you can climb this as the bear, but we should take a look. Go, huh? I'm sure winter will be the hardest one to climb the tree. Okay, no bramble. Anti-bramble propaganda. Grab that skull. I just realized that the skulls had eyes. Didn't think about that. That makes them a bit more disturbing. Hey, Banjo-Kazooie, why you do that? Alright, let's see. What kind of shenanigans we can get up to as this bear. Might as well grab them if they're right here. Yeah, some schmovement. Nice. Alright, so this is just alternate. It's all about timing. Oh, no, we did a triple bite, you stupid bird. He bit extra. It's like, oh, he bit off more than you could chew. You gotta get some bees. Or more precisely, some honey. Get the notes. Be a musical bear. Playing musical bears. Go away. Go away, don't touch me. I know I stole your loot, but... Alright, up we go. Yo! Goodness gracious. What have I done? Bird double bite into bramble. Bramble equals double bite. Yeah, I feel like they bite once and then they bite double. Pretty tricky. I wouldn't trust him. I wouldn't trust him at a child's birthday party. Especially not if there's a bounce house. Lens, why are you sending me pictures of bugs? Lens, why are you sending me pictures of bugs? I didn't ask for that. I don't remember requesting a bug image. Pretty sure you already sent that picture before, too. Yahoo! You sent it to me an hour ago? Well, I don't check my messages on stream that much. That's how you do it. Oh, maybe you can get in here. That's worth a shot now that we're already over here.
Go ahead. I'm gonna steal your honey, kids.
What? Can I not get in there? Nope. Bees only. Beesonly.com. Oh. Is this the way to go? I'm sussy. Oh, chicken legs. Nice. Oh, welcome back.
Hole too small for beer. The beer is too big for the hole. You may not fit in.
Oi, oi, oi. Welcome back, Alchemy. You only died once. Don't worry. It only happened once. You want us to sleep and you woke up to getting yelled at? What? I didn't yell at you. I just talked loud at you. It's very different. Is that a flight bag? No, that's a chicken leg. Chicken legs, licking legs. How did we get out of here? Lynn sent me a picture of a bug. God dang it. Oh, no. Breezy Jeffries, thank you for the follow. What's up? Hiya, Jeffries. I hope you're doing good. Oh, dang it. It's got some good platforming in it, though. I do like it. Music's jamming, fish are swamming. I wonder if you can get up this way. This seems like a shortcut. Yeah, water save, exactly. It's a good spot. Who's the... listen, I don't want to blame the camera on that one, but you know what I gotta do. Time skip. Time skip. You're crocheting succulents? What? Crocheting some succulents? Oh, that sounds. I would love to see crocheted succulent. One succulent crochet at a time. Ooh, nice hops. Nice hops, nice hops. Oh! Hello, Birdo! Birdo! Oh, heck no. Well, it's nice to meet you, Breezy Jeffries. I'd love to see, I personally love a little thread work or needlework. If you wanted to,
could always post that on the Discord.
If you wanted to share your art, I'd love to see it. I do love all needlework, handicraft kind of stuff.
I'd love to take a peek.
Ow! But either way, it's nice to meet you. Boing. Alright.
Now we've got it. Easy win.
Nice. Saving time, and the camera actually works. Up we go. Up this stretch texture. Oh, we made it to the top. Nice. You're fast, dude. Holy moly. You're gonna die, though. About enough of your shenanigans. I'm not even rich. All right, that's right. Justice. Justice reigns from above. Ta-da. We can go to summer. Yahoo. All right. And is this the way out? Is it right underneath us? I bet it is. Looks like it. Okay, let's double check if there's anything else up here, I guess. And if we fall, you know, no biggie. Ikamboka moment. Oh my gosh, I almost fell off. Holy moly. I fell off. Big egg. Bet you this is gonna hatch next season.
Bet you that's gonna hatch in summertime.
Or I'm gonna destroy it. Roar, me eerie, mighty eagle. Need sleep now. Oh, it's got a diaper. Bird with diaper? Whoops. Boing. A baby. I don't like birds with diapers. That's where I draw the line. Whee! Algacia! Hey!
It's good to see you.
Hi, Algacia. Ah!
I died.
I did almost die! Oh my gosh. I think its doors stay open even after I die, but seriously, goodness gracious. That baby's still gotta cook a little bit. No! No cooking the baby bird. No cooking. Algacia, how have you been? Hello! We're playing certified classic Banjo-Kazooie. Wait, hey, you just passed your best note score. Oh, jolly good. Oh, you just missed me. Missed me with that caw-caw. Good. Well. There's one more thing to do here? More to do, you say. Let's grab this skull. I've never dealt with these plants, so. I don't think you can stab them. Maybe only bees can get through these. Maybe that's the challenge. Maybe they don't eat bees. Who would? They're too spicy. One more thing to do? You mind telling me if I gotta be a bee or a bear? Somebody move this boulder. Naughty can't get in his house. Naughty. A boulder? I can't move that. I'm not strong enough. If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's a bear. Hey, Pikmin, what's up? Oi, Pikmin. Now that's a game I've never tried. Never played a Pikmin. Maybe someday I shall remedy that situation. Two wild Ikombokums in here that I cannot get at the moment because I'm a dumb bear. Oh yeah, golden feather. I always forget about those. Yahoo! What is this? A corner over here. There are at least 3 things left to do in spring that I can think of. Pikmin's been lurking. You've been watching. Eat eggs, dude. I should have jumped over it. I thought that it would kill it. I thought it would be murder.
I thought that we would commit murder.
Look out for the boys. Go ahead. Run up. Run up, Birdo. Do. Ow! Oh my gosh, I thought I was gonna die. Probably should have.
I deserved it.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get any more life in here. Good birds. I do like the timing of the birds though. Adds a fun element. Okay, that feather we can't get. I don't think there's any bees. Oh wait, no, we're back at the beginning. You say that one more thing needs to be done, eh?
Well.
Too difficult for me. Some A+ twerking music? What? Twerking music? What kind of TikToks have you been watching? Not approve. You turned off the heated blanket. You turned it off so you won't fall asleep again. Aw, Liz, go to bed. Go to bed. If you need some sleep, get some sleep. Oh my goodness. It's not up high? Oh. Something sneaky, eh? You want to see the end? No! It's gonna take way too long. Whoa! Whoa! No, Lynn, no! There's extra life over there. I mean, I thought we might finish the game, but frick, dude, I never expected these levels to be so freaking baller, dude. Tomorrow's the day off? Nice! Well, tomorrow we'll finish this game, alright? Tomorrow we'll finish this game, guaranteed. 100% guaranteed. Not only will there be a stream tomorrow, but we gonna beat this game. I don't like these guys. They look kind of like baby dragons. But grosser. It's an area you've already checked out, but you might not known there's something that I need to do. Guarantee? Yes. Earl of Suds, sticker of approval. 100% guarantee or your money back. I can't help you, dude. We got a plant of seed. I mean, it is spring. I'm suspicious. Got planted egg. I forgot that you plant things in spring. Oops. Then it will blossom and give us a puzzle piece. Climb that stalk, son. Come on now. Come on now. All right, to the next one. To the next mode. Let's take a look. I have no idea what it looks like. You're a genius. Whenever you see a hole, put an egg in it. It's the only thing to do. Hole in the ground. Must need more eggs. Alright, let's see. What does summer yield? What does summer yield for the beautiful tree? Oh my goodness, a beautiful tree. Look at his branches, and his leaves, and his little seeds on it. Little flowers. Oh boy, oh boy. Eggs are seeds after all. I don't think so. Eggs are pebbles as well. Huzzah! Very penguin vibes going on here.
You're hungry now. We need caterpillars.
Kazooie sacrificing her children for that plant? Oh no. Has he got his shirt off? Put some clothes on.
You gotta body shame these boys.
Is that where where chickens come from? You plant a tree? Yes.
The seeds of progress.
They've got sunglasses on too. Go away! You look pretty strong. I got you, brother. Wow, what strength?
Hey, let me go in first. There's some goodies in here.
Ooh, is this a shortcut? No, not.
That's a dead end.
Plant an egg tree and just chickens blossom. Where would a chicken be attached to the tree with? Would it be their tail feathers? So that whenever you pluck them down, all their tail feathers come out. Oh, that's what? Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Ow! Damon. There are ways to deal with you. That's rude. I think we gotta slam down, don't we? We gotta slam and jam. Welcome to the slam. Now welcome to the jam. Imagine the eggs blossom and open up like flowers with chicks inside. Maybe chicks. Yeah, chicks would be adorable. Chickens, gross. Chicks. Maybe they're like only the middle of the flower, so that it's still got petals and everything. But there's just a little chick in the middle where the yellow would be. Sounds pretty cute. 5 eggs makes 1 chicken. Wait, what? Thanks, Mushroom Gal. Oh boy, what a flight it was.
Oh boy. So much fun. Thanks for the ride.
Dude, what? It was here? Bruh.
Some Garbaggio.
It's some platinum Garbaggio. In fact.
Some life.
Ooh. Lurking, not actually here. No worries. Oh, you can just collect them.
Hungry animals like caterpillars.
Wait, what? Something about hungry animals. I know a hungry animal. Me. Ahsoka. Hiya. Get out of here, you stupid Boyd. Billy Boyd. Zoop. Is this it? Is this the whole of... Boom. Boom! Got him. You can't stop me, you stupid Boyd. Hi again! Whoops!
Yes. Hello again. Welcome back.
You haven't been here the whole time.
My bad.
I hate how everything's invulnerable to your roll attacks. So rude. Everything's beak these days. All in the beak. This is a lot more like relaxed version of that same song. It's like lazy summer days. Oh wait, did I just see a musical note on that leaf? On that leaflet? Second. Who's passing out all these leaflets? Yeah, it sounds like also a little bit like a jaunty carnival is in town. Now we could use these, right? Elite gamers only, I'm afraid. Invite only. Oh, it's over there, okay. It's just an unfortunate consequence of playing too many video games. I mean, you have to fail eventually. What can I say? Wait,
enough jumps, you're gonna miss one.
Man, I just suddenly remembered all of the moment that in Final Fantasy they've got that really fun in the casino, the like parkour maps. Those are really fun. It's like one of my favorite things to do in the casino. What if I can slam onto his stupid beak? Peck the neck.
Take this guy's head off. He's tough.
I murdered him. I murdered another being. No.
Can't believe I just murdered one of God's creatures. Well, bokum.
The jump gate, yeah, it's so much fun.
One of my favorite things in that game.
Which is silly because it's just a mini game.
Well. What do we have here? More chicken legs. Oh, almost fell off.
Wow, boss, I just witnessed a murder. Frick! That sucks. We had it. We were climbing. We were living.
See you later. Perish. Perish the thought.
Got him.
Dead bird.
Dead bird. When you're in a new town. Dead bird. Get yourself off the ground. Dead bird. I don't know why I never even thought of that. I wish you could peck them to death. You can kill everything in this game. That's why I love it. My violent tendencies. Make that way harder earlier. Frick! Always with the chicken legs. You just gotta go straight up with the chicken legs.
Anything's killable if you try hard enough. What?
Is that true? I'm scared. Boyon. I think that they were talking about, like, metaphorically. Not in this specific game. Yeah, it's up and then over. It's so unintuitive. I'm used to always wanting to use the momentum of a jump, but with these chicken legs, it's always just straight up, and then you start moving it. Oh, see? That scared me. I didn't think I could make it like that. That's sussy as heck, dude. Ah, yes. Wham. How hard would it be for one to kill death itself? Well, I've been trying in Vampire Survivor, and let me tell you, it is quite hard indeed. You can't stay up any longer? Good night, Lens.
We won't be going for too long now.
We'll finish the game tomorrow. You get some good rest. It was nice hanging out with you, as always. Now go to bed.
Go to bed or else.
Scary. I like it. So we'll keep all the puzzle pieces that we collect. Nice. This house has got some HGTV vibes. What? No. What? The floor just knocked down. They're like, a really nice home in a great area. Me and my husband, Clint, have always been wanting to live in Michigan, like outside in a more rural area. We found them a home on the edge of a tree. I love the open concept. It's such a beautiful layout and it's so unique. It's just me. Thought you were gonna say, and their husband, Chip. Like Chip from Lady and the Beast. Beauty and the Beast. Oops. Not Lady and the Beast.
That's an entirely different genre. Not recommended.
What is... Oh yeah, the little home.
Little home. Well.
This guy ain't looking so healthy anymore. Nab nuts. Nab nuts? Is that his real name? Hang on. I missed what Nab nuts said. Let's go back in there.
Oh, Nabnut's eating too many acorns. I've got none left for next winter now.
Yeah, you need to go nab some more nuts, you goof. You don't get to just, like, collect all the nuts that you ever need for all of your life. Nab nuts, you glutton. But you spelled it gluten. I like both. I would like both, please. I'm not sure about... Oh, we need the legs. Oh, you're going to bed too, Callie? Good night. Get some rest. It was nice hanging out with you, Callie. Night, night. Night for no. Grab. There we go. Grab that worm. Grabbing wormies. Maybe 3 will do. What do you guys think? Does it need more? Oops. So many legs. So many chicken legs. Alright, I want to do this. Oh, gracious. Oh, I guess you can. No, no, no. That's unfortunate. No, no. That sucks. Whatever souls are made of, his and mine are the same. I am Nabnut. I am the human embodiment of Nabnut. 3 shall not do. He needs more. Bird is mad hungry. Mad hungry for wormy delights. And this plant's not done, eh? Still growing. This is a late bloomer. The camel.
Oh no, it's you two again. Gobi thought he was safe here.
Oh no, Gobi's back. Yeah!
Will you stop doing that? It took me ages to find more water.
Oh my god. This poor Gobi. Gobi is simply abused in this game. Nobody should treat a camel the way that Banjo and Kazooie treat Gobi. Oh, he's all tuckered out because of our abuse. Poor fella. Such a rude bear.
I wouldn't trust that bear. He's a nasty one.
Boyoyoing. Oh, another wormo. All right. All right. I think that this is a good place to end here in TikTok Tree because I just freaking died from brambles. Dang it. Dang it. Alright. Ooh. That chocolate was delicious. Hot chocolate for dinner. You freed him and then abused him. I know, it's horrible. How dare I? We're gonna save right here, friends. We'll get back to our TikTok nonsense. I'm gonna create this is my first suspend. I don't think we actually need it, thankfully. Whack, 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 because we just lost everything. So it should be equivalent, right? Click clock wood. Okay, sorry, I thought it was TikTok tree. TikTok tree, click clock wood, whatever you want to say. But thanks guys for watching. Oi, oi, oi. It was nice to hang out with y'all. Thanks for always making my gaming way more fun. Thanks for hanging out with me while I play some games. Y'all make everything better. I told you this 1,000 times, and I'll tell you 1,000 times more. Actually, I wonder how many streams we're up to right now. I have no idea. We should maybe rate somebody smaller. Ooh. Spork's playing music. We should go say hi to Spork. Let me see if Spork's gonna keep streaming because they're doing music. It says music before bed. I want to listen to some songs before sleep. Okay, I hope that the stream's not almost over. Okay, it sounds like they're still singing. Good. Okay. Oh, thank you for the follow, Meowx Dwight. It was nice to hang out with you today. It was nice to hang out. I'll be back here tomorrow. We'll play the same game. We'll be jamming to some more fun games. More fun. We'll be playing this game. And then I think we'll probably play, I'm not sure, this week for like a couple of days. We'll either be playing some more, I'm trying to remember its name, Earthbound. Either we'll play more Earthbound or we'll play something short. I'm not sure, but we're going to be playing Majora's Mask the day it releases, which I think is Friday. It releases on the 25th. Yes, it releases on Friday. Yes. So we can't beat Earthbound in time, I don't think. So I think we might play something new. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll play something short, but we'll definitely be playing this game. Thanks very much for hanging out. Let's make up a little raid message. I'm gonna say, sing us the song of your people. This is my friendo, who we're gonna raid is a super sweet VTuber that has an adorable cat avatar, and she is so sweet. And we've played games before, and they're singing songs right now. They have such a lovely voice, such a very lovely voice, and I'm sure that they're either taking requests or something like that. But it should be a nice pleasant thing to listen to, especially if you're going to bed. So I will see you guys over there. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'm glad that I can pop you over to a adorable streaming. Thank you, Alchemic. Thank you, Jedi. Thank you, Linz. Thank you, Dai, for being incredible moderators. It means a lot. I appreciate it. Yeah. Good night. Good night, Alchemic. Thank you so much for watching over the streamies. And let me see, who do I need to shout out as my VIPs? VIPs. Where is my Spork of Love? Also an adorable name. Spork of Love. What a sweetie. Okay, let me open up one more instance of my chat so that I can say good night. Good night. Have a wonderful day tomorrow, especially if I don't see you. Especially if I don't get to say it live. I hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow. And you take care of the things that you need to take care of. Oi. Lady Dark Sky, you're a little bit late, but I'll be back here tomorrow. It's good that I got to see you at the end. Nighty-night, Lady Dark Sky. Thanks for being here. And you are one of the VIPs. Oi, VIPs have watched me a lot and either paid a lot of points or got specifically handpicked. Thank you so much. Lemonberry, Kim the I don't know, Lady Dark Sky, Mushroom Gal, 10 was here. 10 or 10. The King of Squirrel, and Tayaki. Oi. All of our beautiful VIPs. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks everybody for follows and subscriptions and the little biddies and everything. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And nighty-night, everybody. Night. I'll see you later. Miradel, it was great to see you. Oi. Enjoy your evening. Paramount Night, thanks for being here. I hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow. Allegacia, it was good to see you. I'm glad that you popped in. Meowx, it was nice to meet you. All right. Ahsoka, thanks for being here. Blue Jay, much love. All right, let's go. See you later, Pikmin. I'll be here tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Get out. All of y'all out of my house.
All right, much love. Thanks for watching the videos. Even though this is going to be uploaded late. I guess.